Real, not even gonna say hi, just shows up and says, squat, bitch. Do it, streamer. Hi, friend. I hope you're well. I hope your iPad's working. Or I guess I should say, I hope it started working. Gonna have to invest in a new mic arm soon, and I don't wanna. Because good mic arms cost more than I want to pay. I paid more than I wanted to for this one, and it did a good job for a while. How long did it do a good job for? Let me see. Let me see if I feel grumpy about this thing starting to crap out on me. Okay, no, I'm grumpy. Well, wait a minute. It could be one of two of... Which one is it? You claim that its name should be on this. Claim is on neither arm. Fuck. I can't tell if it's the one that I bought in November of 2021 or if it's the one that I bought in March of 2022. They're very similar, but I can't actually tell. If it's the one I bought in March of 2022, so just like barely a year and a half ago, I'm kind of grumpy. If it's the one that I bought in November of 2021, so it almost made it 2 years, then maybe just a little bit less grumpy. But there's also a question of, was was it the $75 one or was it the $40 one? If it's the $40 one, I guess I'll be all right. If this was the $75 one, I'm going to be a little bit more upset. Anyway, greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan. Today is Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. We are going to continue our playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. We did 5 days in a row, 8 hours each day, and just slammed out as much of the main story quests as we absolutely could in that time. And thank God that we did, because the game was... We got to see the worst of it, and we got to get through the worst of it. We didn't have to. We got past the Sylphs. We got past the Company of Heroes. We got to see a really cool fight with the clash with Garuda. And that was super cool. We got to level 50, which was the level cap in A Realm Reborn. So, marked off a whole bunch of stuff. Looked good, felt good, very happy and satisfied with it. So, we're going to keep going. Although, I'll only be doing like 3.5, 4 hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays until we finish A Realm Reborn. And I'm hoping that we're able to get done with A Realm Reborn before I go on vacation here in about 3 weeks. And I don't mean all of A Realm Reborn. I just mean like roll credits the first time, finish out 2.0, see the end of that. And then we'll reevaluate after vacation time. But the Foo Fighter don't even foos. You've probably spit hundreds of gallons of spit into it by now. It's all into this. It's all this thing. And I just washed this thing. You know, it's all in this. Not this guy. And not on the arm. But this arm, like... the smallest little bit of it's staying in place by nothing but faith. Hello, Rio. Hi, Rio. How's it going? All right, everyone. I'm gonna start up Stream Raiders, and then we'll jump into some more Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, it's sad. I have to like try really hard not to bump it, because even if I bump the bottom side down here, it'll just be like, oh. And I'm like, no, come back. And it's like, I can't. I'm tired. I'm like, oh shit. Why you gotta be so tired, bitch? And he's like, cause I do lots of work. I've been holding this mic for at least a year and a half-ish. Yeah, you right, but I need you to do some more work. Alright, place units, everybody. 10 Berserkers. I'll take it. I'll take it. And now we need to get in here. Go here. Go here. And get ready for the home riding home. God, Shadowbringer's title screen is obnoxious. It's obnoxious, I say. Also, fun fact, since you're wearing a Foo Fighters shirt, the guy who taught Dave Grohl's drums used to be my downstairs neighbor. It's a small world. It's a small, tiny little world. So obnoxious. Just so obnoxious. Is that really necessary? I don't think it is. Miss anything in here? I don't think so. Do. Yeah, I got to see them live when they were up here for the first time that they were ever in Alaska. They finally came to Alaska and went and saw them. It was awesome. It was great. Had a fantastic time. They played for fucking ever because it was a very unique experience, because like they got here late because there was an issue with one of their planes getting them here. Big surprise. And then the people that were supposed to open for them, I don't remember who they were anymore, but whoever it was that was supposed to open for the fucking Foo Fighters never showed up. And like, I don't know if those people like got into a fight with a moose or what, but like, you didn't show up to open for the Foo Fighters? Okay. And then the Foo Fighters, when their front band didn't show up, they were like, shit, what do we do? Because we're still missing our, whoever it was that was late, that made it where they weren't able to play. And so the audience was just kind of standing out there for a while. And then finally, one of them came out and they're like, hey, we're running super behind because, and explained everything that I just said. And everyone was like, that's cool. We're here. We're Alaska, whatever the fuck. We don't give a shit. And then they finally came out and started playing an hour late. And they apologized and stuff. And it was, I don't know. They were supposed to go live the front band was supposed to go live at 7 p.m. They were supposed to go live at 8 p.m. They didn't go live until after 9 p.m. And the set was supposed to be over at like 11. And it was 11 came and went, and then it was like 11:30 that they paused for a moment. They're like, all right, so we that was supposed to be the last song, which is why we, did the whole walk off stage and come back on and play again thing. That was supposed to be the last song, but we've had a shitty day, and you all had a shitty day too, and our band didn't show up and we were late and stuff. So if I can just look around the room for all of our venue managers, can you all just raise your hands real quick? And some people that were at like around like the booths or the doors and stuff raised their hands. And he was like, is it cool if we just keep going? Can we keep playing? Is that something that we're allowed to do? And they all just like gave thumbs up, and a couple of them cheered and hooted. And he's like, cool. All right, we're going to keep playing then. And we're going to keep playing until you guys get tired or until we have played every single song that we know. And so they just kept playing and kept playing and kept playing and kept playing. It was like 1:30 in the morning when finally me and Athena were like, shit, all right. We're gonna bow out, right? We're gonna bow out at this point. We actually have to go to work tomorrow. We were super willing to like keep going, but they ain't stopping, and the crowd hasn't thinned that much. So they just kept going, and we finally gave up and went home. And then we found out the next day that they played until like 5 a.m. They did like a 10-hour fucking set nonstop and just kept playing. And it was a really cool thing because they had 2 shows when they were here in Alaska. The first one that we went to, which was on like a fucking Wednesday, and then they had the Friday night show. And I guess the Friday night show was much more like normal, of like front band or somebody, I don't know if it was the original front band, but somebody opened for them and played for them. They did their set. They did play a little bit extra, but they didn't play a whole lot extra. They stopped at like 11:30 midnight or whatever it was. And then they packed up and left and headed out because they had to like catch planes and stuff to get to wherever the next fucking city was, so they couldn't do it again. But it was really fucking cool. And it was super cool because one, Taylor Hawkins was still alive. This was like 3 or 4 months before he died. So got to see one of Taylor Hawkins' last shows, and of course got to see Dave Grohl play and see Taylor Hawkins sing, and he sang Queen, and it was a really good show. I enjoyed it a lot. Definitely a very cool experience. All right, what are we supposed to be doing? We need to go back to the Waking Sands. Yeah, it was a fun time. Boko, why are you so hurt? Oh, you're healing. It's fine, I guess. Here, actually, let me on, Boko. I had the exact opposite experience when you went to an Afroman show that I went to for free. Oh yeah, Afroman started early and only played for 30 minutes. Get out of here with your fucking free company invites. Cerulean. Afroman was 3 hours late. The opening act stayed on the entire time, and they ran out of music. Fuck. They're like, damn, I probably should have maybe made sure that we had more songs. Hopefully the opening act was at least decent and cool. I mean, it would suck, like, because of, like, the way that the plans changed, but who knows, maybe, like, it would have been a very good opportunity to, like, get some of your own stage time, even beyond what was originally planned, you know? I don't want to join a free company called Lacerated Dream. That sounds like a bad idea. Afroman stumbled through the door with a guitar and a Coors Tall can, performed 3 songs, walked out the front door, and got into an old Toyota Camry. Damn, he just did not give a fuck. Did they get... Well, I realize the show was free for you. Was it free for everyone? The opening act was fine for... They were... It was only supposed to be a 15-minute opening act, and they had to go for 3 hours? That shit costs money. Okay, well, hopefully some people got some refunds. I'm sure they didn't, though, because the concert industry is fucked. The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, Yomi. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defenses of an Imperial castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now that the castrum sentry houses prisoners whom the Garleans deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. If we are to free our friends, we will require an effective strategy. And if we are to formulate an effective strategy, we will require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us in this. Lord Portelaine of House Durandare. He is stationed at the Observatorium in Kurthus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Very well. Oh, my fingers. So what level do we think I finish A Realm Reborn at? I'm level 50 right now. You think I'll finish it at level 50? Do you think I'm that close to the end of it? I have no actual idea. Or will it just straight up not let me level until I get done with A Realm Reborn? I don't think that's the case. I can see that I'm already like 33% of the way through level 50. 50 is the last level. Right, I know that, but it doesn't look like it's going to keep me from hitting level 51, and I'm not actually done with A Realm Reborn yet. Like, I'm still getting experience from everything, right? So unless I hit the end of the bar here and it just stops and won't let me go to level 51, I think I might at least hit level 51 before we're through with the MSQ of A Realm Reborn. He must be in here. He is. Okay. You can level past MSQ. Right. That's why I was saying, like, what level do we think I will hit by the time we actually roll credits on A Realm Reborn? I'm level 50 right now. Ah, Yomi, the woman who unmasked the heretic in our midst. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? You are an associate of Gistola, but of course, Lord Drillamont confided to me that you were a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Because, like, I'm getting 23,000 experience for this right now. Oh, I don't actually want that. I don't need any of that. You level like 2 times faster. Yeah, I know. Some of the main story quests is a little weird because they're like, well, come back to me in a little while and I'll tell you what I can know. And I think it's supposed to, that probably was at a time where you weren't at the level necessary to start the next level, like with how they had planned out the progression and stuff. It's like, yeah, when they get to this, when they finish this quest, they're probably level 36. They're going to need to level 38 before they can accept the next quest. So they're going to have some time to go do some side quests, run a dungeon, or whatever. And that's going to count as give me some time to do my investigation. But I've been over-leveled this entire time, so I've just been walking up to them and they're like, yeah, give me some time to do my investigation, and I'll let you know what I discover. And I'm just like, all right, cool, well, I'm still here. What'd you discover? And they're like, oh, good. Well, it took a little bit of time, but I was able to find that this asshole is the one that we've been after this entire time. And it's like, yeah, found all of that in the last 13 seconds from your desk, huh? So, it's a little interesting when you are leveling faster than the main story quest was originally, like, written for you to be leveled in. Hello, Green Crayon. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to hydrate with iced coffee. Cheers. Castrum Sentry, what interest do you have in the Imperials? They hold several of our number, whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I see. That might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led into the castrum. A Huron woman, an Elysian man, and 2 Lalafels. 1 male, 1 female. It's them! It has to be! Minfilia, Urianje, Pablimo, and Tataru. If that scanned morsel is of use to you, you may also be interested to hear about a more recent incident. Incident? An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Kurthus not long ago. 2 men believed to be prisoners, Rogadin and a Lalafel were seen fleeing the craft. What did you say? A Rodigan and a Lalafel, Master Garland. Neither wore Imperial dress, and both seemed disinclined to wait for SQ, hence our assumption that they were prisoners. Well, I'll be damned. It's Pigs and Wedge. Trust those 2 rascals to escape. We must find them, Yomi, and soon. The Imperials will not rest until they are captured or killed, and if Biggs were given the choice, I feared he'd take the latter. Freeing those held in Castrum Central will require substantial planning and preparation. As such, it is an endeavor that will admit some slight delay. The matters of the escapees, by contrast, will not. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in the pursuit. It is likely only a matter of time before they catch them. If you wish to see your comrades again, you had best act now. If, as has been suggested, the Garleans took our fellow Scion prisoner in hopes of understanding the Echo, it seems reasonable to assume that they will not be executed until such a time as the study is complete. But Biggs and Wedge are not Scions, nor do they know aught of the Echo. As Lord Portelaine said, this may prove our only chance to rescue them. I say we seize it. Thank you, everyone. You won't forget this. Why are you so gung-ho, Sid? Jeez. Calm down. Got your memory back and you got all this ego now. Oh, look. It's the assholes. Man, that's bullshit. They get, like, electricity? You guys got any games? You got any games on your phone? Final preparations are almost complete, my lord. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work, but all our efforts will be vindicated when the Emperor's vision becomes reality.
At last, we have the power to bring the Purge, this land of its false gods. We shall give the ignorant children of Eorzea the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide.
As you say, my lord, rest assured, our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. You know exactly what level I'll be when I finish this? What's that?
Rotatin, you depart for Castrum Occidens at midnight. You will command the Western Front in Filebrand. The Eorzeans will attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see that they do not.
My lord, if this be your will, I shall carry it out through the best of my ability. I live only to serve the Empire. Yet, forgive my impudence, but is it proper to give command of half our forces to,
I have given you nothing, Praefectus. You have earned it. That will be all. Dismissed.
Yes, my lord. What is this one? Oh, it is absolutely nothing.
My quarters. 1 hour.
So is this literally just Ultima Weapon? Like, it fucking looks like Ultima Weapon from, like, Final Fantasy VII. And they've been calling it a weapon. And it absorbed freaking monsters. 1 level higher than I am now. I'm level 50. My guess was probably around 51. Maybe squeak over level 52, depending on how many quests there were left. But I had confidence that we'd at least hit level 51. But like most MMOs, when you hit the point where an expansion is, so like at level 50, the amount of experience from level 50 to 51 is significantly higher than the experience that you needed to get from level 49 to 50. But the experience from level 51 to 52 will be slightly higher than 50 to 51 and so on and so forth until you get to level 60. And then the experience to get from level 60 to 61 and so forth is going to be considerably higher than what it took from 50 to 60 and rinse and repeat as you go on. You're not at where I thought you were. The main story quest right now is level 44. That is like the recommended level or the level you have to be to accept it. And I'm level 50 right now. So there's, you know, somewhere in the realm of 6 levels worth of main story quests between now and when we roll credits. My purpose here is to reconnoiter? Is that what that word? What the fuck? Reconnoiter. Reconnoiter. What the fuck does that even mean? Make a military observation of. Also, thanks fucking Google. One of the options here. What does reconnoiter mean? An act of reconnoitering. Fuck you. This first one's better. Make a military observation of. Very well. My purpose here is to reconnoiter Garlean activity along Abalathia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honor of being acquainted with Y'shtola. Now, the report of the Imperial airship's emergency landing came to us by way of Desmail Darkhold, situated to the west. Our men stationed at the entrance, a knight named Briselt, may be able to tell you more. So as an expedite your mission, I shall furnish you with a letter of introduction. I pray that you will soon be reunited with your comrades. May the Fury grant you strength. Where are we going? Way over there? Oh, we going into a dungeon? Okay. Thought I was on the second to last mission. Nah, I got a ways to go. I got a ways to go. That's okay, though. I don't even know how to write it phonetically. Yeah, it's okay. This game has so many, just like, we used special words because we felt like we needed to. You stand before Desmail Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the greatest guardian house of the same name. None but authorized personnel may enter. Oh, you're authorized. All right, very well. Have a good day. A letter from Lord Portlane. So you have come about the Imperial airship. According to our scouts, the vessel had scarce touched the ground when a pair of men, captives by all accounts, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have been sighted in the area, seeking to recapture them. What? The captives are like to be your friends, you say? Then let us pray that they are yet a step ahead of their pursuers. The emergency landing reportedly took place near the Aurum Vale, situated south and west of here. I suggest you take your search there. Seek out a knight named Pyrmons. He should be able to assist you. This is peak thesaurus Final Fantasy. That's a great description. When Square and Enix merged, they bought the world's largest thesaurus and decided to use every word. They're like, yes, if we use every word in this thesaurus, it'll make it sound like everyone in this world is, like, old-timey. Fuck off, mud puppy. If you don't got a target over your head, I don't care. Hey, Captain Coolio. The Imperial airship? Aye, I saw it approach the land with mine own 2 eyes. I hastened to the landing site, arriving just in time to see the vessel take to the skies again, but not before it deployed a detachment of troops. Gruff orders were being barked, and there was an air of consternation about them. Are those are 2 slaughters. They take up your legs and your pants. Your poots. Your boots and your legs. There were prisoners aboard the airship, it seems, and they seized the opportunity to flee when the vessel was forced to land. The Garleans who deployed formed research parties and proceeded to scour the wilderness. And in order to alert our forces, I returned to my post. To find evidence that someone had been here in my absence, whoever they were, they tried the door to no avail and decided to go elsewhere. In all, I marked 2 sets of footprints, 1 large and 1 small. If you search the area, mayhap you will be able to follow the prints to their owners. How's it going? It's going good. I'm just excited to be playing more of this. I had a really, really good time last week when we just, like, dumped hours into it. and was like, man, I'm really glad that we did this and we did it the way we did, because we got past all the parts that were like not fun to get through. And then I was like, I have to take a break from streaming though, because I'd taken like 120 hours. No, I think it ended up being more than that. In like a 9-day period, we'd just been dumping hours into streaming. And I was like, I gotta take a short break or something. But thankfully, while I took that short break, we ended up still streaming twice, but it was for normal stuff. In that time, I was like, man, I just really want to play some more Final Fantasy 14, because that was really like, we ended it in such a good way, because it concluded. Can I help you? It concluded most of the, like, story surrounding the primals or the icons, depending on who's talking about them. And so we got to see this cool cutscene with Garuda and stuff like that. And we finished our class quest and hit level 50 and all that. And I was like, that was such a cool way to, like, finish out the Final Fantasy 14 streams. It was a lot of fun. Did enjoy. Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that? It's just a player. Like, it's just a player. Hello, Wedge.
So old. Wanna go home?
Hi.
Ah! Please don't eat me! I'm not nearly as succulent as it look. It's all skin and bones underneath, I swear! Oh, yummy! It's you! Thank goodness you're here. It's been awful. The Guardians were snapping at our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. It was so hell-bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping maw thrice. And when I finally found cover, it hit me how cold and hungry I was.
Biggs, he isn't here. He went off in a different direction to lure our pursuers away.
Hold on, I gotta take this. It's me, Sid. Have you had any success? You would not believe your timing, Sid. You tracked down Wedge. That's wonderful news. Now, what of Biggs? I see. Well, it hardly surprises me that the big fellow went off as he did. For all the tongue lashing he gives Wedge, he's always taking care of him. I've scoured the area surrounding the Darkhold, but have nothing to show for it. At any rate, we know for a fact that Biggs headed west. With both Ida and Y'shtola helping out, I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Now then, I'll make my way over to your position while keeping an eye out for Biggs. If memory serves, there should be an Ishgardian fortification not far to your west. Monument Tower, I believe it's called. Let us meet there.
Dare I hope, was that Master Garland you spoke with?
After 5 long years? Thank goodness he's alive. You're just going through a whole host of emotions right now, Wedge.
I'm feeling better now, Yomi. Let's go to Monument Tower and wait for the chief to arrive. And I see you're enjoying it. Think about getting back into this game soon, since I beat Final Fantasy 16. But I got Destiny 2 stuff before that. Yeah, I had already planned out to do Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Last week, I had already scheduled it out. But after I played all the way through Final Fantasy 16, it just made me want to play this even more. I was like, because there was definitely I mean, it was the same development team, right? There was just so much DNA that the games share in a whole lot of ways.
You're a long way from home, adventurer.
Don't worry about that. It was all Yoshi P's plan to get people to play 14. That's really all it was, through and through.
Well met and welcome, adventurer. What brings you to this frozen corner of the realm? Oh, it would seem your companion has caught a chill. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I will bring you a hot broth. How are you feeling now, then? Stay here as long as you need. Same goes for you, friend. 'Tis plain you've had a hard journey ahead of you. You must find rest when you can.
Thanks. I heard they have big butts here. I mean, you know, occasionally. You got to know where to find them, though. Man, it is me and me and me and me and me and me. I'm sure glad there ain't many of them, because it's just me. Although it does make me wonder in a few ways, like, what is Creative Business Unit 3's plan next, right? Because they clearly had enough staff to be able to be working on Final Fantasy 14, because 6.5 and 7.0 are in the near future, right? And so with that being the case, they had people that were working on Final Fantasy 14 while side by side developing Final Fantasy 16. So the people that were developing Final Fantasy 16, outside of if they do DLC of some sort, what do they do next? Like, do they just go into Final Fantasy 17? You know, like, what's their next project? Like, it has to have already been planned and laid out, right? Like, that has already been established, that whatever their next project is, we will see it. It has already been started. Not we will see it soon. We won't see it soon. But it has already been started in some way. They already had approval for that project. That project was already getting in, like, pre-development stages. And now that Final Fantasy 16 is done, outside of some post-launch support, which is maybe DLC or, you know, some little patches here and there, what can we expect to get next from them? And I don't know. I'm really curious what that's going to be. Virum Rex. Just steal that away from Nomura and be like, sorry, buddy, we're going to make your game because we'll do it better. But why the fuck did they have to end 16 how they did? Man, fuck Square Enix games. I'm going to play Trails in the Sky the Third. Well, I don't want to get too spoilery, just in case people haven't played Final Fantasy 16. They did say that they wanted the end of Final Fantasy 16 to be slightly ambiguous so that they could, if they wanted to do anything with it, they could. And you can, like, the ending is definitive if you want it to be, but it doesn't have to be. But my prediction with Final Fantasy 16 is that if we do get DLC for Final Fantasy 16, they are going to pull a Final Fantasy 15, which is one of the pieces of DLC will change the ending. Because if you've played Final Fantasy 15, you've played all the DLC, one of the pieces of DLC completely changes the ending. And I don't mean like, oh, it's different. Like, no, it's a completely different ending if you have this particular piece of DLC for Final Fantasy 15. And without giving any details, they could very easily do that exact same thing in Final Fantasy 16 because of a particular detail that I don't want to go into here because it'd be spoilery. Yeah, so if we do get DLC, I would expect one of them to do that. And if they do that, which is have a piece of DLC that changes this particular thing that isn't heavily addressed, which would result in something being different, which would drastically change the ending. That ending should be less ambiguous and more satisfactory to a lot of people. But I can't say any more than that without just being like, spoilers. We're just gonna go as far as you can without spoiling, and I think it did so. No, that I think you did just fine as well, Captain Coolio. I don't even like Nomura, but taking versus 13 again is just mean. Give me your toys. You don't get these anymore. Go and make more Kingdom Hearts. Fine. Speaking of, where the fuck is Kingdom Hearts 4? Wasn't that shown off? Wasn't that revealed like 4 fucking years ago? Wasn't that in like 2019? Kingdom Hearts 4. I zoomed in way too much. When was that first trailer shown off? Kingdom Hearts 4 YouTube. Feel like that was an eternity ago. Was it really just April of last year? You gotta be joking me, right? It wasn't April of 2022, right? Because if so, I feel like it was literally 4 years ago. Man, it was a year ago. It was April of 2022. Fuck. Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Okay. I was like, man, I could have swore Kingdom Hearts something was 2019. It's when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. Okay then. All right. Less grump on that then. I'm going to need someone to do all the spoils for me because I'm not going to play anytime soon. I considered doing a like a spoiler focused chat video for Final Fantasy 16. But I was so busy, first playing Final Fantasy 16, then playing Final Fantasy 14, that I haven't gotten around to figuring that out yet. I'm fine now, thanks to you. But I can't bear to think that Biggs is all still alone in the cold, with Garleans on his heels. He lured the enemy away for my sake, and now he's suffering for it. I hate to have to rely on you again, Yomi, but do you think you could search for Biggs? I haven't the slightest notion where he might be at, but maybe, just maybe, the people here have seen something. A Rodigan gentleman dressed in the same manner as your companion? I'm sorry, but he did not come by here. Let me think a moment. I would not raise your hopes unduly, but there is a cave situated a short distance to the south. We call it the Fury's Gaze, and it may be worth a while to investigate. I make this suggestion only because your friend seems like a selfless sort. Rather than drawing the enemy to this tower, mayhap he elected to pass us by. Does fire hurt in this game? Posty! Whoa. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. Well, that's a few friends, ain't it? Oh, the plasmoids aren't mean. That's helpful. Hello. Well, you know, the problem is that there's no way that I'm going to not aggro some of the plasmoids. Oh my God. It's fine. I'm just supposed to leave? Okay. Yeah, Square Enix has got a lot of stuff to deliver though, because when was Dragon Quest XII revealed? Dragon Quest XII announcement. That was in early 2021. So that's over 2 years now, and we haven't even seen anything besides the logo for Dragon Quest XII. We've seen absolutely nothing for that game. Kiyomi, were you able to learn anything? Not in this area. Well, that stands to reason, I suppose, seeing as he was trying to lure the Garleans away from me. But where within this vast sea of snow and ice could he be? We can't give up, Yomi. We must find Biggs before he succumbs to the cold or is recaptured. There must be someone in this tower who can help us, even if it's only to tell us where to look. Ask them for me. Ask anyone who will listen, and hurry. Biggs' chances of survival grow slimmer by the moment. That was also when Dragon Quest III Remake was revealed. Yeah, and where the fuck is that at? Then we got Kingdom Hearts 4 floating around, and then we finally, like, the freaking closed beta early access for Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis is happening right now, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will be sometime early 2024. We'll see what that actually ends up meaning. Your friend is lost in the wilderness, you say. If he's not to be found around here, or in the vicinity of the Darkhold, it is possible he made for Whitebrim. To reach it, one must travel through Danafin Pass, the southern end of which lies to the north and the east of here. While I make no guarantee that your search will bear fruit, it is surely better than worrying in idleness. I wish you luck. Oh, and one more thing. Do tread warily when climbing the stairs here. Not a moon ago, I broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble. Oh, you mean just fucking do this? See, I'm fine. I read something about Dragon Quest XII recently. It's not coming anytime soon. I believe you. I think I know what you're talking about. I read the same similarly because they said that because the audience has matured and that they are making a game for a more mature audience, it has been a difficult time in development. Whatever the fuck that means. We're making it for adults, so we don't know how to make this game, is like the way that sounded to me. So I don't know if that means they're just having like some development hell issues with Dragon Quest XII, but I'm also fucking annoyed because it's like, why did you announce this game over 2 fucking years ago if that was the case, right? Like, it was kind of, it reminds me of like the Elder Scrolls 6 announcement, where they've not even started on Elder Scrolls 6. Freaking Bethesda was, Todd Howard came out and was like, we will start work on Elder Scrolls 6 when we finish Starfield. And it's like, why the fuck did you announce Elder Scrolls 6 in 2019 then, if you hadn't even started? Like, why even tell us? Why would you bother? Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, if you announce a really big game like that you know a lot of people are going to be interested in, maybe that helps your stocks, but I think they were already purchased by fucking Microsoft at that point. I don't remember what year Microsoft bought Bethesda, but, like, so that doesn't matter on that capacity either. So I don't fucking know, right? I have no earthly idea. So it's like Starfield comes out in September, and then you will see Elder Scrolls 6 maybe by 2030. And Todd Howard was like, and then after we finish Elder Scrolls 6 is when we'll start Fallout 5. And everyone was like, you need to get more than one development team because holy shit. Fallout 4 came out in 2016, and you're going to tell us now that Fallout 5 is not going to be out until 2036? Like, why? Like, you should be developing these at the same time with just more people. Hire some more people. You know that these games will make money. And so, with them just showing the logo for Dragon Quest XII, and then like 2 years later been like, oh, we're really having a hard time with developing this game for a mature audience. And it's like, you're not even close to done, are you? Did you start in 2021 when you made that announcement? Is that what you're saying, of like development has begun, one of those really shitty announcements? Like, I have no idea.
Our orders are to take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer?
Why don't you come and find out, Tinhead?
Ida's ready to go.
Ah, Yomi, it is well that you are here. The situation is grave. Biggs is in a bad way. We need to do something right now. Ida has the right of it. He will perish if we delay. With me. What do they mean, though? They have all sorts of adult shit in Dragon Quest as it is. Yeah, you know, you need that, oh, crap. What is it called? What is it? Puff Puff?
He's not alone. Kill them all.
Sounds like they're having issues trying to make it not turn-based. Yeah, who knows? Oh, hello. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, you turned off my fucking shit, didn't you? You did. I was like, why are the enemies not focusing on me? I'm the one you want. Oi, over here. What? Come with me. I'm stuck. I can't move. Something has me like... That guy had me trapped by a chain. That was bullshit. I hope they're not moving Dragon Quest away from turn-based. They don't need to. Freaking Like a Dragon shown that... Well, fuck. Dragon Quest XI also showed that you can have a AAA modern turn-based RPG and it will do just fine. Like, you can get your sales, you can get your numbers. My thanks. Another moment and I would have... Oh. He's been in the cold too long. We must find shelter for him.
To the tower!
Monument Tower, you say? Very well. Ida and I shall bear him there with all haste. Can't you just teleport, Y'shtola? Or can you only teleport yourself? Sid will be so happy to see Biggs and Wedge again. Aw, I love reunions. I can't do Ida's accent. I've only heard her talk like twice anyway. They probably said it was in the pipeline during buying negotiations. Yeah, you're probably right. They haven't confirmed that it's not turn-based, but they have confirmed it's going to be more active, whatever that means. I imagine that probably means something like Persona. Persona is considered to be like a more active turn-based RPG.
I cannot thank you enough, Yomi, and same goes for the rest of you. Thank you all so much. Oh, don't mention it.
We are a family, are we not?
Well, yes, I didn't think I'd ever see him again.
I owe you lot my life. And you saved Wedge's too, Yomi. I'm losing count of how many I owe you. Oh! Boss!
Biggs! Wedge! Gods, it's good to see the two of you again.
Chief, it's you! It's really you!
In our hearts, we knew you were still alive. But to finally see you in the flesh...
When Alphanod told me of the raid on the Waking Sands, I feared the worst. What happened?
The enemy struck with nary a warning. We didn't stand a chance. Wedge and I were in the workshop when they came. Before we knew what was happening, the Imperials had us at gunpoint. Must have been awful. There's one thing I don't understand, though. How did the Garleans get there so fast? I mean, the Immortal Flame should have seen them coming, right? I have asked myself the same question. That day, when I returned to the carnage at the Waking Sands, I noted not a miss in horizon. Nothing at all to suggest the passing of an Imperial force. From this, I conclude that the Garleans came neither by land nor air. Nay, they were born there by potent teleportation magics. Magics of the kind used by the Ascians.
Carry on.
We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into the cargo bay of a waiting airship. I can't rightly say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold, Castrum Sentry. Upon arrival, we were marched off into the main complex. Biggs and I were thrown into a detainment cell together, while Minfilia and the others were taken elsewhere. That was the last we heard of them.
Castrum Sentry.
What happened next?
Well, we were held in isolation for what felt like years, but was probably moons, or maybe only weeks. And then without warning, the Imperials collected the pair of us and put us on another vessel, which we found out was bound for Garlemald, much to our dread. We knew if we were taken back there, we weren't likely to leave again. So risky though it was, we sabotaged the ship's altitude control and thereby forced an emergency landing. And in the midst of the ensuing chaos, we managed to slip our captors. The rest, as they say, is history.
Sorry. If I didn't know better, I'd call that a likely story. Sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel? That would have been Biggs' handiwork, like as not. You always were resourceful in a tight spot, my friend.
And there was much rejoicing. And then they ate Wedge because he was the smallest and the softest, and there was much rejoicing. Yomi, thank you for returning my dear assistance to me. It would seem I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Still, there are many questions in my mind, but the answers can wait, and Phil and the others still want for rescue. All right, you lot. Garland Ironworks is back in business. Let's go and give the Imperials what for. Hurrah!
Pokemon releases garbage every 2 years. Every year now. Like, they release mainline games every 2 years. Like, sure, there was 2 years between freaking Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, but you still get a Pokemon game every off year. Whether that is freaking, last year we got Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Before that, we got Pokemon Legends Arceus. We're getting, in just a few months, we're getting Detective Pikachu. Like, they still do a shit-ass Pokemon game in between all of the mainline games, and they all are just like, yep, sold 20 million copies in 30 minutes. Turn-based never hurt Final Fantasy sales. They just got greedy and wanted COD sales. Well, I mean, Square Enix for the longest fucking time was like, and I feel like they are starting to learn a little bit here and there, and we'll see how this new CEO goes. But for the longest time, they just really wanted a games as a service that made money the way that like COD does or a mobile game does. And the funny thing is they've had successful mobile games. They had Final Fantasy VII Record Keeper, they had Mobius, they still have Opera Omnia and Brave Exvius, and now they have Brave Exvius for the Lions. And it's like, you have successful games as a service titles that are full of all this gacha shit, but they want it in larger capacities. And they keep on, every time they try that on a larger scale that isn't mobile, it fucking fails its ass off. And if they just make normal ass games, they do just fine. Oh, woo! Hi, Cheshire. Thanks to you, Biggs and Wedge are with us again. Now we must find a way to rescue Minfilia and the others. Gods know we've kept them waiting too long already. Based on what we've learned, I believe it's safe to say they're being held at Castrum Sentry. So let us convene at Revenant's Toll in Mordona. This is as good a place as any to prepare, and better than most. The road leading east then south will get you there. When we arrive, let us seek the advice of local adventurers. We're bound to learn a thing or two that will benefit our mission. I meant even before mobile games. Final Fantasy 13 was when they basically said what I said. It's funny though, because Final Fantasy 13 is fairly, Final Fantasy 13 is fairly turn-based. So what's this fate then? Very little is known about the Void. Oh, hello. Do I just need to kill these things? Yeah, okay. How much progress do I get for killing one? There's like a lot of these. Do I care? Sure, we'll do it real quick. Why not? Gives me a chance to talk about stuff rather than needing to read quest text. It is still turn-based, but if I remember correctly, the intention was to make something closer to an action game with Final Fantasy 13. And I'd say that in a way they succeeded that. And Final Fantasy 13-3, Lightning Returns, is actually like a really wonderful blend between a turn-based and a action-based style of a game. Because, like, I fucking love 13-3. Lightning Returns is such a fantastic game. Like with all of the Final Fantasy titles, it has its problems, but it's really, really good. Now, unfortunately, it does kind of really heavily operate on the requirement that you have played Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2, but it's actually really fucking good. And then they damn near bankrupted themselves with Final Fantasy 14 1.0. I remember COD being mentioned in the interview I saw. I don't remember the actual context. I mean, everyone would love to have Call of Duty money, right? Like, everyone would love Call of Duty money. I mean, and like, the FTC's injunction against Microsoft to prevent the purchase of Activision Blizzard was just overturned by the judge today. So once they get done with the UK commission, the CMA, I think is what it's called, which apparently they already reached some sort of agreement on that front for the purchase to go through. Microsoft's going to be purchasing Activision Blizzard, and they're like, it's such a massive moneymaker for them. But the thing is that that's not even the reason that Microsoft wants to purchase Activision Blizzard, and that's not the main moneymaker of Activision Blizzard either. Because as much money as Call of Duty makes, the valuation for the Activision Blizzard deal for that frickin' $70 billion or whatever it is, of that frickin', it's like 8 billion of it is Activision and Blizzard combined, and the other like 60 billion is all frickin' is all King, is the mobile game development company, because King and mobile games make more money than fucking anyone else does, and it's not even close, because mobile games make buckets. Frickin' Genshin Impact has only been out since 2020, so it's barely even 3 years old at this point, and Genshin Impact makes more money year over year than the entirety of PlayStation. Like, they make so much money that it's not even funny, because mobile games are just able to siphon cash out of people to a disgusting level and rate. Oh, we're done. What did I get out of that? 270 seals, a pittance of money, and... Boko, get back here! Fucking Choco was like, no, I got this! I fucking got it! I'll kill it! I'll kill it dead! You sure don't get a whole lot of experience from doing Fates, though, do you? Like, 6K? It's not very much. Here, I'll kill this one, too. What am I killing? Some big thing? Those guys. But that's one thing that Microsoft Blizzard doesn't have right now, is a mobile development division. Like, Square Enix clearly does, right? Like, Square Enix has a lot of ties for mobile developers and even some of their own in-house developers. Oh yeah, there's a fucking Final Fantasy 15 mobile game that's one of those city management things. I forget what the hell it's called. But that's still a thing that exists too. And that's still actually being maintained. They haven't canceled that shit yet. Amazingly. Considering Square Enix canceled like every single one of their other live prospects, they haven't canceled that one yet. Was there a Final Fantasy 15 remake on mobile? Yes, there was. You are absolutely correct. I forget what that one was called, too. All done. Oh. It's like, what's still happening? I believe that's the version of Final Fantasy 15 that got put onto Nintendo Switch. Was that Final Fantasy 15, like, remake that was... But it was originally targeted for mobile phones. And my understanding is that did pretty well, too. Because, like, Square Enix is really good at actually making money unless they put it into the wrong project, Babylon's Fall. Square Enix also benefits from having idiots like me. Where the fuck are we going? Somewhere I have not been. I just need to go to the south. Okay. I see. Okay, I need to run the battle real quick, and I need to go to the bathroom. Do we just have a bunch of melee? Okay. Because I need to go potty. I say potty because I'm an adult. Be right back. Square Enix would be long dead if not for people like me. Yeah, but I mean, hilariously, even people like me have limits, right? Like, I did not buy Babylon's Fall. And, like, I was one of the people that actually had hope and was excited for Babylon's Fall, because I was like, dude, Square Enix plus Platinum Games? You're going to give me the Final Fantasy people merged with the Bayonetta people? Fuck yeah. And that apparently was not a good combination, because that game was fucking trash. Like, absolute trash. And there was no avoiding that, because woohoo, and I wouldn't buy it. I refused to buy that one. But for the most part, yeah, especially when it comes to Final Fantasy. Like, if the word Final Fantasy is on it, there's a very good chance that I already ordered my copy, and I'm not sorry for that. If it wasn't for people's diehard loyalty, yep, there you go. To the Final Fantasy brand, I'm sure they'd been dead. I mean, they almost already were dead, right? Like, cause like the game that we're playing right now damn near killed them. Even through the blind Final Fantasy faith, right? The faith of Final Fantasy fanatics. Damn. It was a very significant change from the, like, snow and the ice to, like, magic-soaked Fae City. Hey, where are we going? Right here.
Well met, friend. What brings you to Revenant's Toll? Did I hear you rightly? Your friends are being held captive at Castrum Sentry and you want to rescue them. I don't mean to discourage you, but that might prove difficult. The stronghold has been on high alert of late, with armored patrols seen about the perimeter around the clock. Not even a fly could get within 100 yalms of the walls undetected.
If the Garleans were alerted to our coming, we cannot know what they will do to Minfilia and the others. We must act with the greatest stealth.
Aye, it has to be a good old-fashioned infiltration.
But with security so tight, how are we going to smuggle ourselves in?
Why, I've a mind to walk right through the front door.
Huh? Front door?
Aye, we'll disguise ourselves as Imperial troops and march right in.
For this, we'll need a few sets of Imperial uniforms, a suit of Magitech armor, and impeccable timing. That's a bold strategy, but it might just work. Where we are, there's certainly no shortage of opportunities to borrow the equipment. Knowing those Imperial bastards, they won't even suspect that we savage Eorzeans would think to use their technology. Then it's settled. If you're determined to go ahead with this, I'd recommend you speak to Glomont. The fellow's got a personal grudge against the Empire and happens to know a deal about Castrum Sentry besides. I've no doubt that he'd want to be of aid.
Ida and I shall reconnoiter... This fucking word again. Ida and I shall go to reconnoiter Garlean activity at the stronghold. It would not do if something were to befall our comrades before we had the chance to act. Come and join us when you're ready, Yomi. Let's do this. Sometimes I wonder, Ida, are there ever times when you are not enthused? I'm nothing if not enthused, Justola, and you're beginning to remind me of Papalimo.
Aetherstorm, look up.
I want a different angle. I don't even understand how the entire company was structured so poorly to where 14 1.0 almost killed it. Like, y'all spent all the money on this, all of it. It's because of capitalism, bro. It's because of shareholders. Because companies operate honestly on like such tight numbers because as much profit as they can garner needs to go immediately into shareholder dividends. So the companies don't always have a huge bank account, a huge reserve, right? Because they're just trying to pay the money out to all the rich people that said, you got to pay us more money. And so like it's really like a risk a lot of the times for these big companies where they have these big massive flops. A single big flop can just wreck the company because they just don't have enough overhead because they're busy paying out money to shareholders. Especially if they aren't like insanely huge successful companies to where they just have fuck you money on a company level to where just money barely even exists to them.
Looking for Glomont, are you? Well, you found him, whoever you are. Heh, you're looking to get inside Castrum Sentry, and you need my help. Heh, something tells me we're gonna get along just fine.
I'm rich, and you should pay me more money. Now.
So, you have friends at Castrum Sentry who want for rescue. That Slaffborn knows me too well. Aye, you can count on my help. I've got a score to settle with the Imperials, and I never pass on an opportunity to get back at the Horsons. But enough about me. Let's talk strategy. Rescuing folk from captivity is right delicate business. A single oversight, just one little blunder, and it's all over. You can't leave any room for uncertainty. For starters, you need to confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt that your friends are where you think they are. You don't want to risk your neck only to discover they've been moved elsewhere. But how can you find out, you ask? By following these instructions. If you approach Sentry from the east, you'll see a swampland to your left called the Tangle. Get in there, never mind the Morbles, then navigate your way to the southwestern corner. You'll come upon some drainage pipes coming down from the stronghold. Don't ask me how I know, but one of them leads back up to the command tower. If you listen closely, might be able you can eavesdrop on some of the old happenings within. Once we know for certain your friends are there, we'll move to the next stage of the operation. Now get going, and Godspeed.
That's poor management. It can't all come down to shareholders. I mean, it might have also been that, like, developing an MMO is not cheap. Like, MMOs are insanely expensive to make in general. Not just from, like, the actual development of the asset side, but also because you have to pay, like, server costs and stuff like that. So it might have also just been that they poured more money than they were expecting into Final Fantasy XIV, and it went over budget. And they might have already, like, not been very financially secure. I obviously don't know. I'm just throwing out, like, potential speculation and stuff like that more than anything else. But that would be, like, kind of where the starts of my guesses are. Just because MMOs are expensive, just all over. Does not know how to shoot a gun. I'm warning you. I will start learning how to use this right now. There's got to be a documentary about that. Now I'm curious. I mean, you would think so. Like, and who knows? I'm sure some YouTuber has made a video about it of, like, collating together all of the currently available public information of, like, this is what we know based off what was said where by who in interviews across, you know, shareholders meetings and earnings calls and stuff like that. Like, that video probably exists, but there's so much about the games industry that is just always behind closed doors, just permanently forever. Gonna find out the original director spent all the money on cocaine and soap lands. I don't even know who the original director was. Find out it's fucking Tabata, and we're just like, son of a bitch, it always comes back to you, doesn't it? Imagine it was a combination of 12 development problems leading into 13's development problems, then 14's unrelated development problems. Well, and there's also the question of, like, so, like, Final Fantasy 13 was a very, very beautiful game. And, like, it ended up actually selling pretty damn well. But Final Fantasy 13 actually has, what the fuck? I can't go this way, apparently. Final Fantasy 13 actually has a shitload of the Lumina Studios fully 3D pre-rendered cutscenes, the really, really pretty ones that we just don't get anymore. Okay. Fuck off. And I imagine, like, I know that those big pre-rendered cutscenes are incredibly expensive. And so I wonder if that's part of it, that Final Fantasy 13 was just a fucking massive expense. Like, for Final Fantasy 13 to be a massive expense that they were waiting to still get the money back from, and then for Final Fantasy 14 to also have its own development issues and also not land immediately. They were also still actively developing Final Fantasy 11 at the time, too. The faint sound of conversation echoes down the pipe.
What of the captive? Does she still refuse to speak?
She may as well be a deaf mute for all the information we've got out of her.
The others aren't much better. The Elezen gets on my nerves most of all. Every time he opens his mouth, it's only to spout gibberish.
I do wonder, why is the Tribunus so obsessed with this Minfilia woman?
They say she possesses some mystical power, something we Garleans don't have.
Mystical power? Like the kind the Beastmen use?
How am I supposed to bloody know? If you're so curious, why don't you go ask the Tribunus yourself?
Huh, as well try to tumble her. I like my head where it is, thank you very much.
Our break is over. Best we get back to our stations.
They removed him from the history books. I'm not too surprised. They're like, that guy was a failure. We just need to just pretend like he didn't exist. Of course, so we did a reaction video before we started the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough, the one we're doing right now. We did a reaction video, and I went to collect up the marketing materials for Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 and 2.0. Because I was like, you know, let's see the original announcements and the original, like, launch trailer and stuff like that, right? And then also grab the 2.0, like, the video of when they destroyed 1.0 and then, like, the launch trailer for 2.0 and stuff. It's like, you know, this is what we're getting ready to get into and stuff like that. Let's take a look at it. They have, the difficulty of trying to find some of that original marketing information is entertaining. Like, it's very clear that Square Enix doesn't want people to necessarily be talking about the failure that was Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, and they didn't even have it on, like, their official channels. Like, they had just scrubbed it off. And I was like, wow, you guys were just really trying to, as much as you can, just brush that under the rug, huh? We don't want to talk about that. That was a dark time. So, like, the trailers I was finding on, like, random third-party accounts and shit like that, rather than through any of Square Enix's official accounts. Plenty of official trailers for all of Final Fantasy XIV 2.0 and forward. Anything in Realm Reborn or any of its expansions or patches, they got that shit in triplicate across the Final Fantasy YouTube and the Square Enix YouTube and, like, all kinds of shit. But pre-Realm Reborn, they hid that shit. They're like, no, we're not gonna talk about that. It's good to see you again, Yomi. I'm given to understand you have conducted some reconnaissance. Tell me, what were you able to learn? So, Minfili and the others are indeed at Castrum Sentry. Their presence thus confirmed, we may proceed with the mission. While you were afield, Sid took the liberty of devising a plan of action. Pray have the details from him. Good work, Yomi. As Alphinaud already told you, we plotted out a course for the rescue. The gist of it is unchanged. We disguise ourselves as Imperial soldiers and infiltrate the stronghold. Glomont is looking for ways to procure a suit of magic armor. In the meantime, I need your assistance for some preparation of my own. Minfili and the others are counting on us, Yomi. Let's not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. I like how they say reconnaissance now. That was Alphinaud saying that. So, you know, he's like, fuck that old-timey talk shit. I'm one of the youngins. What button is it to hide my UI? Not that one. I know there's a button that just hides your UI, but I don't remember what it is. But he's like, yeah, I'm the fucking zoomer of this game. I don't say that reconnaissance shit. I just say reconnaissance. And people make fun of me for it. While Glomont goes about devising his plan, we need to see to some preparation of our own. It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover that they were short in armor. To prevent this from happening, I'm going to put together a makeshift communications jamming device. The explanation is like to get a bit technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at a distance via electromagnetic waves. Simply put, voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west has been observed to amplify the self-same energy. By making use of this property, we should be able to drown out Imperial voices. To ensure that we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent crystals among the clusters. For this, I need you to go there and use this device to take readings. I'll mark the likely places on your map. Oh, and just so you know, plasmoids are drawn to lightning energy, so don't be surprised if you run into a few. Well, that's like when I first read this individual's name, I read their name as Alphinaud, right? Alphinaud. I read it like an American. And then everyone's like, it's actually Alphinaud. And I was like, oh, is it like French? So it's Alphinaud? Like you should stretch out the O? Because, you know, that's French. And they're like, nope, it's just Alphinaud. And I was like, that's even worse. Like, if it was French pronunciation, so it was supposed to be Alphinaud, like, fine. That's fine. But the fact that it's like a bastardized Americanization version of saying Alphinaud, and it's just Alphinaud, like, that's worse than just reading it as Alphinaud. And then this motherfucker right here, this asshole, Sid, it was not too long ago, he was talking about him. Everyone has been saying his name is Alphino. This motherfucker said his name Alphanod. Did not say Alphino, wasn't even like Alphanode. Nope, Alphanod. And I was like, oh, so you read it the way I did. And whoever was doing the vocal directing for this game did not correct you. So who knows how your name is actually supposed to be pronounced, because now I have heard it pronounced multiple ways. Anyway. Where am I going? Just right back out the door that I just came in? Okay. Probably why I liked Heavensward more than A Realm Reborn. You spend more time with Alf using normal words. Yeah, they feel flowery for the sake of flowery. That's one of the things that is actually pretty good about Final Fantasy 16 is that they made things feel kind of like a period piece without feeling like cheesily old-timey speech. Like, they did actually a pretty good job in that aspect of making it feel old-timey while still keeping modern, like, speech in mind. So don't give a fuck what his name is. Just like Titus and Titus, I still contend that Titus's name should be pronounced Titus, and I don't give a shit what anyone says. It makes the most sense. Fucking the water theme of Final Fantasy X and how a whole bunch of characters' names are always based off of like weather and shit. That motherfucker's name should be Titus. 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 Fucking Titus. Whose idea was that? That's so stupid. Like Tifa's name, I remember pronouncing it when I was younger as Tifa instead of Tifa, which like Tifa, Tifa, whatever, right? That one's perfectly fine in my brain. Like I pronounced it how I read it when I was 5 years old playing the game when it first came out. Later on, we got like Advent Children, and it was pronounced Tifa, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fine, no big deal, right? But when I found out that his name is pronounced Titus, I was like, no, his name should be Titus. One, that's how it reads, and two, it makes way more sense that way. Titus, like the tides. Fucking Titus. Titus is wrong. Kingdom Hearts 1 says titties. Kingdom Hearts 2 gets it right with Titus. But then in like fucking Dissidia and shit, they say Titus. Do they say Titus in Kingdom Hearts 2? I've never played Kingdom Hearts 2. I have only ever played Kingdom Hearts 1. So I literally do not have any idea. It's illegal to make sense in Square Enix. Yeah, they like their bullshit. They definitely like their... Is it on this rock? No. Oh. How do I get up there? I can't fly. There's got to be a place that I can jump up, and there it is. Well, Dissidia is stupid. You're right. I won't argue with that in the slightest. Dissidia is fucking stupid. I love the shit out of it, but it is definitely dumb. Yeah, his name should be fucking Titus, and I don't give a shit what anybody says, including Square Enix themselves. Then you're gonna get motherfuckers that'll be like, well, her name isn't Tifa, her name is Tifa, which is why instead of Titus, it's Titus, because it follows the trend of how they pronounce Tifa's name. And then you just punch that person. I didn't know Titus was in Kingdom Hearts 2. I thought it was only freaking Final Fantasy 7 and 8 characters. You have the readings. Excellent. Here, let me see the numbers. Yes, 4 of these crystals should suit our purpose, though I pray that we don't have need of their power. My thanks, Yomi. What? Oh, is it back at the dude? You can't just punch him. You hit him with Tetsuken. Yeah, that way they don't know they've been hit. Oh, you're gonna give me an Imperial Salute emote? Fucking racist. Clean the wax out of your ears now, because there's something I want you to do by way of preparation. The plan's to have you enter Castrum Sentry all decked out in Imperium duds. But a disguise is more than just clothes you're wearing. You also gotta act the part. At the very least, you need to know how to perform a convincing Imperial Salute. First impression's everything, as they say. I could teach you the salute myself, of course, but it's best you learned it from the experts. So get yourself near as you dare to Castrum Sentry, and watch the Imperials doing what they do. Okay. Oko, get back out here. Punch them, then say Zidane, dumb fuck. What is his name actually pronounced like Zidane or some crap shit? I'm about to hit level 51. You know, I was trying to sneak around here. Just saying. That's what I was trying to do. Well, got my uniform. What is it that they call Squall in frickin' Kingdom Hearts? Because they don't call him, Squall. But I can't remember what they call him now. And do we know why they don't call him Squall? Leon. Why the fuck do they call him Leon? Did they ever explain that? Is he undercover? Yuffie calls him Squall? Okay. Then he tells her to shut up? Okay. Don't fucking call me that. Nothing to report, sir. We have received an anonymous warning that insurgent forces are near. We must redouble our vigilance. I shall recommend the patrols be increased. You want to give me a ride, Boko?
Leon, help! Leon!
They don't explain it, but it's better than Squall, so I don't question it. But it doesn't fit with the weather theme. We got Terra, then Cloud, then Squall, and Zidane, and Yeah, the lightning. And Noctis. I mean, he kind of looks like a Leon. Fucking Leon looking ass motherfucker. Because the real theory is that Final Fantasy games will keep reusing characters with I as the second letter of their name until they use all of the I sounds. Fucking rude. That was fucking rude. I'm going along my business and I got hit by that long tongue action. So, did you manage to learn the Imperial salute? No. Best you don't demonstrate. I'm liable to fly into a rage and crack skulls. I'll just take your word for it.
You are called Yomi Yumi, yes? I have heard your plight from my friend Glomant. As a fellow adventurer and son of Eorzea both, I would offer you my assistance. In order to infiltrate Castrum Sentry, you and your comrades must disguise yourselves as Imperial soldiers. The question is how to go about acquiring the uniforms and helms. There are places a man might purchase them, but individuals who deal in such wares are not the sort to whom you would entrust your secrets. It would be more prudent, I believe, to procure what you need via traditional means, from the bodies of their recently deceased owners. The fortified area before Castrum Sentry never lacks for Imperial patrols. It ought not take long to obtain 3 sets of gear, 1 for each member of the infiltration team, Biggs, Wedge, and yourself. When you have what you need, please return here and allow me to inspect the spoils.
Off we go again. Weather, soccer, space, Vaughn, weather, space. Terra, Cloud, Squall, Zidane. Oh, Shantoto? No, wait. Titus? Is that who you have as space? How the fuck is Titus space? Is there something I don't know? Fucking someone's name in 11. Shantoto is the, like, go-to representative from Final Fantasy 11. Vaughn, weather, space. Wait, what name are you using in space from Final Fantasy 14? Or are you skipping 14 to get to 15 with Noctis? The only person I've seen with the name Zidane is some European football player. Sure. 14 would also be space, sort of. I don't know what Y'shtola might represent in any way, shape, or form. And then apparently, like, I saw somebody on Twitter saying that the Warrior of Light that we see in all of the main cinematics, they straight up fucking called them Meteor, and I was like, what? And then someone explained that it's because they're sometimes referred to as the Meteor Survivor because our Warrior of Light is technically from the Calamity. Oh, damn. I gotta kill a whole bunch of these guys. But I think that name sucks. Tidus is Okinawan for sun. I guess. Like, straight up, 1 for 1. That just means sun. Final Fantasy 2 equals beaver. Because guys speak beaver. Furion, I think, is actually just a fine, like, fantasy-feeling name. Lunith, on the other hand, is a little bit too fantasy. Cecil's fine. Butts, on the other hand. Butts is an S-tier name. Unit equals moon. Walk equals water. Don't you dare fucking grab me again. Get the fuck away from me. You can't contend with butts. So I got these uniforms. You think they'll notice there's a pile of dead bodies outside the front door? No? Okay. Were you able to obtain 3 sets of Imperial equipment? Yeah, I'll show it to you in just a moment. I gotta run a battle. Benjamin and Butts are the same person in my head canon. Best line in the Final Fantasy V translation. Butts. Shit. Yes, that's exactly what they do. Congratulations. Oh no, he's become self-aware. It's time for a boss battle, yeah. I'm gonna play some mage. I can. I will be right back, though, before we go any farther. Okay. Let us continue. Damaged. As I had suspected. In their present condition, I fear these uniforms and helms are like to draw suspicion. They must be repaired, if only superficially. Fortunately, the blacksmith Eganolf at the Diamond Forge in Rowena's House of Splendor should be able to hammer them into shape in no time. I've already sent word ahead, and you have been assured that he is expecting you. Worry not, I have already impressed upon him the need for utmost secrecy as to the nature of your mission. Man, I really wish that Dissidia NT would have been treated better by Square Enix, though. That game looked great, and honestly played pretty damn well. But Square Enix didn't want to release it in the first place, was pressured into releasing it, released it, and then just refused to do fucking anything with it because they didn't want to. Like, they fucking complain about not getting, like, success out of their projects when every time they, like, have something that could be successful, they don't want to, like, put any time, effort, money, development, anything in it. They're like, well, if it just doesn't, if we don't get it, like, fuck it, whatever. Dissidia NT could have been really good. It could have been. It wouldn't have needed that much effort. But they just didn't want to do any effort.
So you're the adventurer Sark Malark sent, are you? Well, I've been waiting for you. Now let's see what you got for me. I see. Ah, yes, I reckon I can hammer these back into shape for you. After all, I owe your friend Sark Malark a favor or two. Took good care of old Egonoff back in the days before I fell in with old Rowena, he did. Did you know he's the son of one of the wealthiest families in the Sultanate? Wouldn't expect someone like that to end up in the life he did. But I suppose he always felt the venturer's life calling him. But here I go blabbering on him when there's work to do. Just hold your horse birds for a moment or two, and the great Egonoff will have your gear looking good as new.
Are there horses in this game? I understand that chocobos fulfill the role of horses, and that's why he said horse bird. But for us to call something a horse bird, there would need to be a horse. And I do not immediately think of a horse that isn't the one that fucking Odin rides.
And there we have it. Won't do you much good in battle, mind you, but from what I hear, that's not your priority anyhow. Do send Sark Malark my regards, will you?
They did at least make up for chocobo racing the one time. Yeah, but I'm not giving them that either. Dissidia NT is insanely bad. You played every fighting game from 85 to 200. NT is bottom 10. Well, here's the thing. Is that I wouldn't compare Dissidia NT ever to something like Tekken. They are both technically fighting games, but that's like trying to compare like Tekken to like fucking Skullgirls, right? Like you're comparing a 3D fighter to a hyper anime 2D technical fighter. It's like comparing Soul Calibur to like Street Fighter. They are just fundamentally different, right? Just like insanely different games while still being in the fighting game genre. But they're so like non-comparable in a whole lot of ways. Have you had the uniforms and helms repaired? Yes, well, these will serve beautifully. The great Egonoff never fails to impress. The quality of these repairs would fully guide us. Thus equipped, you should not have any trouble blending in amongst Imperial forces. Lest you fear the Garleans might detect your foreignness, foreigners in fact form the greater part of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea. You see, when the Empire subjugates new territory, it assimilates the people of that land into its armed forces. In turn, those conscripted forces are sent to subjugate faraway lands. In this way, Garlemald nips rebellion in the bud and expands its territory in one fell swoop. With that, my part in your mission is done. I'm glad to have been of assistance to your cause. Why would I, a wealthy merchant, wish to help you? I know not where you heard such tale, but believe me when I say that I am but another humble adventurer, one who desires only to act in best interest of the realm.
Good work getting them Imperial duds. You'll be pleased to hear I ain't been idle myself. Took me long enough, but I finally hatched a plan to get us a suit of Magitech armor.
Now, from what I've seen, Castrum Sentry deploys a Reaper for most of its patrols. Trouble is, the patrols themselves are irregular, meaning random routes and random deployments, and hardly any of them come anywhere near Revenant's Toll. So, hoping to coax the Imperials out of their shells, I took the liberty of feeding them a bit of the old false intelligence. Told them insurgents had designs on their stronghold. Tain't far from the truth, now I come to think of it. Any road, we should start seeing more patrols now we have up till now. What you need to do is approach one of these patrols, dressed up in your shiny tin suit, and alert them to the enemy's presence. Having done that, you'll want to lure them as near to Revenant's Toll as you can. Like as not, though, they'll be wary of venturing far from their own walls. If they do need a bit of extra encouragement, use this smoke signal here, filched fresh from an Imperial scout. They'll come running when they see that, and when the cavalry arrives, you hit them hard and make off with their Reaper. Simple as that. If I ain't mistaken, there's a patrol sweeping the perimeter right now, so run along, eh? Oh, and don't forget to salute.
Horses are the cryptids of Eorzea. They get alluded to, but you've never seen them. Yeah, fucking Bigfoot. I need to get on the ground floor with Ever Crisis because I absolutely hate how Dissidia's Opera Omnia's level jump makes me hate it. I don't want to ever experience that again. So I have access to the early access to Ever Crisis right now. It's okay. Like, it'll be a really good way to experience, like, Final Fantasy VII's full story when they get to that point. Because, like, right now in early access, you get access to Final Fantasy VII's original story up to the fight against Reno the first time in the fucking church. Not at the freaking pillar, at the church. And in and then they also give you access to Crisis Core. And where does that end at? It's really early as well. And then you get access to a little bit of First Soldier. Now, it is early access right now, so hopefully at launch it'll have a lot more than that. But really, the thing that you want out of Ever Crisis is better ways to experience the stories that are not those games, which is like Before Crisis and Dirge of Cerberus. And it'll be really interesting to see how they do like Advent Children in there and stuff like that. But I have a feeling those are farther down the pipeline. The gameplay itself is fine. It is some of the most mobile gameplay that I have seen, even out of Square Enix themselves. It's not terribly engaging in my opinion, and they give you access to the auto battle almost immediately. And I'm like, if you want people to start auto battling this soon, I mean, I guess. Oh, fucking level sync with it, bitch. Why does Ever Crisis have early access? Are there mobile game shenanigans? If you mean monetization, yeah, it's got a gacha system in it. So you got all of the gacha system bullshit where the game is trying to get you to do big gamba and spend your money on a gambling system to get you fucking JPEGs. It's not quite as bad as just like getting JPEGs though. One, you don't have to gamble to get access to the characters. They just give you the characters whenever when you get to that character. And then the things that you gacha are the weapons that the characters use. And then they have your standard like 3-star, 4-star, 5-star weapon bullshit that they want you to try and like get the better weapon. And the weapon will have like a special ability on it because it does something fancy and stuff. They also have
cosmetics for the characters. Like, if you saw any of the original trailers for Ever Crisis, you saw, like, Cloud in, like, a suit of samurai armor. That's in the early access right now. But yeah, it's definitely just meant to harvest money out of people gambling on the gacha system. That said, the part that you do get to play, it looks pretty good. You got pre-rendered backgrounds, a la like OG Final Fantasy VII, and that's pretty cool to see. You got like updated versions of the like kind of chibi style to where it kind of is like not hyper retro, but we took like a futuristic, a present level approach to having this more stylistic art style. The combat looks pretty damn good because it definitely looks like they've been like downscaling some like Final Fantasy VII remake assets to shove into the game. So like the combat's really high fidelity and like has really good models and animations and stuff in it. But when it comes to the actual gameplay itself, it is like I've played a whole lot of mobile games and a whole lot of gacha games, and I've played every single one that has the words Final Fantasy in it. And like, it is not, in my opinion, very engaging or engrossing combat, even by mobile game standards. Like, it is definitely slightly different than a lot of the other systems that exist for these mobile games out there. But it is never going to win any type of award for like, this is really innovative mobile combat. It's not. Like, it's just not. Like, even despite having the words Final Fantasy on the box, it hasn't been able to pull my attention away from Honkai Star Rail as, like, my mobile game of choice. And that's with it being fucking Final Fantasy VII, so. One of our covert operatives, I take it. In or out of uniform, you do well to remember your courtesies. Oh, do I need to put this on? No. Oh, I just need to salute him, okay. Is that it? One of our covert operatives, are you? Carry on, soldier. Insurgents gathering to the east, you say. Judging by your description, they are well beyond the perimeter, but I will not have it said that I was remiss. You, return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should all go awry, use your smoke signal to carry us. Or whatever it was he said. Motherfucker, you stupid mud puppy. So it doesn't play like Final Fantasy VII? No! So the combat system is kind of weird. So your character auto-attacks completely on their own. You can switch control of which character in your party you are piloting, and you can do that at any time. But all the characters, their basic attacks are auto-attacks, okay? And each character has their own ATB bar that fills up in chunks, kind of like Final Fantasy 13 or even like Final Fantasy 7 did. And then you can spend those chunks on abilities. And those abilities come from your weapon and the materia that you have equipped. So like if you have the Buster Sword equipped, you'll have Braver, and Braver will cost 3 ATB chunks. And at least in early access, the ATB chunks, you have a maximum of 8 ATB chunks. So like Braver will cost 3, your basic like Thunder will cost 3, but something like Cure costs like fucking 6, because they want it to cost more of your resources to heal, because healing is normally something that's extremely limited in mobile games, because if you're able to heal your way through a fight, then they can't as easily pressure you into rolling the gambling gacha system to get a stronger character or stronger weapons to be able to brute force damage your way through fights. So they really limited your ability to heal. Your AI companions, they will, if you are not controlling the character, when they start to hit the cap of their ATB, so like when they get up to 8 ATB bars, they will auto use abilities. And it does an okay job of using like the correct abilities. There's a couple other mechanics. Your party has 2 modes, an attack mode and a defense mode. In the attack mode, you deal more damage and break extra seals, which I'll talk about in just a moment. And in the defense mode, you take less damage and heal for more. And so the idea is that you'll see an enemy like getting ready to do a strong attack, and so you're supposed to switch to defense mode, like the tail laser from the Scorpion, the Guard Scorpion in the first reactor. You're supposed to switch to defense mode to mitigate that damage and heal back up, and then switch back over to the attack mode to actually engage your attack. Enemies will also have like, we'll just call them like super moves, and they take they like take a stance, and you see this big bar appear at the top, and it's charging up the super move, and below it is a number of seals. And very specific attacks will break seals, and if you break all of the seals, you will interrupt that attack. There is your entire combat system for the entire thing. So basic attacks are automated. Every character fills up an ATB bar. You have up to 8 bars. Spend those bars on your abilities. Most of them you're just spamming whatever the enemy is weak to, unless they're charging up a super move, and then you're spamming whatever is the ability to break seals. Switch to defense mode to mitigate attacks from heavier hits. Otherwise, just permanently stay in attack mode. Your characters also have a limit break. And the limit break is just filled up by taking damage or dealing damage with your abilities. And when the limit break is filled up, you just hit a button, character does the limit break, Cloud starts with his freaking cross slash. You can get new limit breaks from weapons. And you can get extra damage if you use more than one character's limit break all at one time, because they combo. But they give you the ability to auto battle after like the second fight. And the auto battle is good enough that even on the bosses that you encounter, just fucking turn on auto battle and just ignore the game's gameplay, which is what they want. They want you to just play the game all the time, have it auto battling on the side, and then once you hit something that you can't auto battle through, they want you to go swipe your credit card and start rolling on the gambling gotcha system until you're able to brute force through it. It's the same way it worked in all of the other Final Fantasy mobile games. It's the same way Opera Omnia worked, same way Mobius worked, Brave Exvius, Exvius War of the Lions, frickin' Record Keeper. Record Keeper was probably the best one of their mobile games they've ever had, but the gameplay for Ever Crisis is fine, but it's not exciting. If you're not somebody who's played a fuckload of mobile games like I have, you might enjoy it, but myself personally, I'm like, I would have rather you just keep supporting Record Keeper, because Record Keeper was really good. They're not calling it a beta, actually, Cheshire. They are calling it early access, which is fucking weird. Because, like, in their announcement trailers, it says closed beta, but playing it, they have it listed as early access. And I'm like, which one is it? Because to me, those are two different things. There's a difference between early access and closed beta. Like, here, I can actually just fucking show you real quick. Hang on. It won't look too insanely great, but I can just fucking show you. Give me just a second here. No, not that. Where'd you go? Do it. Hello? Why are you like this? Open. Run as administrator. The fuck? Open file location? Open a terminal here. Okay. Oh, I know why it can't. Because my phone isn't actually connected to my computer. I was like, it's plugged in, damn it. It's plugged into the wall. I was like, I don't understand. What the fuck? Hang on. One moment, please. Let me be less of an idiot. Go like this. Go like this. Hey, look, there's my phone. So if I go in here, go like this. So here's Ever Crisis. I could just show you guys this real quick. This is super simple to do, so. All the ones out now are not beginner friendly. Square Enix mobile games tend to be pretty generous with stamina in other games. This game doesn't have stamina for story playthrough. I can answer that one. Sure. Go ahead. I love that I got a new phone and a controller mount for it so I could play Last Soldier, and a week later it got canceled. Yeah. First Soldier should have been more successful than it was, but Square Enix doesn't like listening to any feedback whatsoever, ever. I wonder if that's a hint towards better eye control in Rebirth. I love having attack and defense modes for the Neo ATB system. I don't know. It could, of course, but it doesn't feel... Yeah, I know. Thanks, guy. It doesn't feel revolutionary by any stretch or any means. Square Enix listens to your feedback? No, they don't. They know that you hate them. Why would they listen to your feedback? They don't like you either, Real. You haven't bought Final Fantasy 16 yet. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, so, yeah, that's great. Thanks. Thanks for all your pop-up shit. Yep, so story, solo content. Solo content is challenge modes, like your grinding quest to enhance your gear, daily quest, challenge battles. Growth to upgrade your characters and eventually your summons. Weapons, you can see the different weapons that are in here. So, like, here's, you know, a Buster Sword, but I also have freaking... Like, here's a weird fucking weapon called the Arc Sword for... Zack, and here's the Crystal Sword, and here's a prime number for one of the First Soldier guys, and here's frickin' the Wiser Staff and Motor Drive, and just a whole bunch of different weapons. You gotta eat these weapons to make these weapons stronger. So, like, enhance, use your frickin' ground up whetstone shards to enhance the level of the weapons and stuff. And then, so party... You can customize your characters and stuff. The models actually look pretty good. They're definitely just slightly downscaled versions from other stuff. Here's your gacha system. So here, we'll do this free one right here. This is a free one for the closed beta participants. You get this little animation. Actually, turn up the audio on this. I'm gonna get a 5-star. You can tell what quality of a draw you're getting based on the animation. Cloud dodged out of the way there, so I'm gonna get a better draw. The time that I got a bunch of junk, he had to block the attack. Oh, not 5-star, a couple of 4-stars. Then you can tap each of these to see what you got. Grand gloves. I'm just gonna click through I'm just gonna skip all of these. Then it'll give you a summarization of everything you got. So I got the W machine for Barrett. And we'll go over here. We'll go home. Go up to story. Here we'll go back to Final Fantasy VII story. And let's... No, I don't want to do those. I'm nowhere... I can't do those. Sure, we'll do this one. And then I'll just play this just as it is, and I'll just show you a quick level of it. And we'll go back to Final Fantasy 14. So there is no voice acting at all. Just a bunch of narrative stuff and the characters talking to one another. See what I mean about kind of retaining that kind of chibi style from the original Final Fantasy VII while having a little bit more of a modern touch on it. There are semi-random battles. So this is that ATB bar that I was talking about with the different sections. And then see, these are the abilities that Cloud currently has. This is flashing to let us know that the enemy is weak to electric attacks. And they auto-use their abilities. But I can switch over to Tifa and then start controlling Tifa and give her commands and abilities and stuff. Oh, it's dead. Interesting. The chest that was in here is still open. It doesn't seem like you can really replay levels then. I haven't tried to replay a level to see if I could get additional rewards from it, but given that the chest is still closed, I guess the answer is no. That's fine. Like I can target this over here. Tell Glad to cast Thunder. And then this right here is the auto. And they'll just take actions. It actually looks pretty fine in combat and out of combat. The problem is like as a mobile game, it's going to want a whole lot of your time and attention. And in my experience, I don't have enough time to give time to more than one mobile game. And as much as I love Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy VII, I don't know if this is going to manage to pull me away from Honkai Star Rail, at least not right now. We'll see what happens when it actually launches in September. I don't believe that closed beta participants such as myself are going to get to retain anything from the closed beta into the launch. So this button over here, this is your attack and defense stance. So if I switch over to defense, damage taken minus 30%. Oh, get off of auto. Damage taken minus 30%, healing plus 50%. I would also draw attention to that each the story that is available for Final Fantasy VII OG at this point, it is definitely very segmented towards larger moments of like you don't like you saw us explore just now. We just explored the entirety of the Sector 5 reactor. Is that the one that we're in right now? Sector 5's? Pretty sure this one's Sector 5. Sector 1 is the reactor you blow up at the actual beginning of the game. So that was the whole reactor. We're already done with the whole reactor. This artwork's pretty fantastic though. I enjoy this a lot. But a huge part of me really would have rathered instead of this just being a gacha game, because the gacha gameplay style really ends up forcing very particular mechanics in mobile games because they need to put these blocks and grinds in to make you need to spend more hours in the game replaying the same things. And like Honkai Star Rail does this as well. So I'm like, the game that I'm playing instead of this one right now isn't even like free from it by any stretch. But when you put those in there, it just creates a lot of things that are designed to waste your time, to encourage you to spend money on the gambling system so that you can waste less of your time or get the cool thing that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise if you didn't spend money on it. But I do wish that instead of a gacha system, I really wish they would have done something kind of like how they did with Final Fantasy XV's mobile game, which was, we'll just charge you like $12 per episode and sell you like 6 or 7 episodes. And I would have been like, yeah, sure, I'll just buy all of those, and them just be their own container for individual games or even sections of the game. Like, you want to sell me Final Fantasy, you're already selling me Final Fantasy VII broken up into 3 parts again, and you're going to make me pay anywhere between $60 to $300 for each fucking part. Like, I also would have very happily given you $10 per part of Final Fantasy VII that you wanted to sell to me in this capacity. But the amount of money that the companies make from the gambling systems, the gacha systems in these, is just absurdly non-comparable when it comes to the gambling money compared to just straight sales money. I'm over here hating everything about this. There's plenty about this that I like, but gameplay-wise, it is just not super engaging in my opinion, especially because even if you don't turn on auto battle, it will still auto battle. Because if you let your bar fill up all the way full, your character will still use an ability. So you can just literally, no matter what, just sit there and do nothing. I feel like a child who was told they were getting ice cream, but instead just got ice. It's shaved ice with no flavoring on it. They didn't pour any flavored syrup on it. It's just shaved ice. But when they get to the point of having the other things in this game that aren't the original story, like Before Crisis or Dirge of Cerberus, this will be pretty cool. I think this will be a pretty good way, especially when Before Crisis is absolutely inaccessible in every way and also isn't great even if you were able to access it. Like, we'll go into attack mode. We got some limit breaks charging up. So you see he's charging up a big attack right now. So before that hits us, I'm going to switch over to defense mode. He's going to big bomber us. Switch back over into offense. He's charging up another scary move. Oh. Ow. Alright, so see, here's he's charging in one of those big attacks. Braver is blinking because it breaks seals. So if I use this, it's going to break the seals. We get the interrupt, and now we get this opportunity to just beat him up. If you don't break those seals up at the top when the bar is big and orange like that, you just take a big old slap of damage. And if Cloud would... There we go. Alright, so now we'll show off everyone's limit breaks. I'm just gonna eat this because I don't care. She's fine. And done. I already got the experience for this, which is why it isn't giving us any, because apparently I can't replay a story mission and get experience for it, which I find to be very, very strange. I'd rather play this than the actual Dirge of Cerberus. Yeah, I agree. I do wish this was different than it is, though. Because the reality is now... Oh, hang on one second. Because the reality is now, you have seen this entire game. The whole thing. Everything they ever released for this game, you have now seen it. You will get different materia that just, you know, cast a spell. You will get different weapons that have slightly different abilities, but every single thing across the entire game is going to be force molded into what you just saw. The whole thing, from beginning to end. Every single boss fight, does not matter what it is. You will not see very unique mechanics beyond that. It'll be a matter of, do you have enough damage to kill it? Do you have enough HP to survive its moves? Do you have the moves or structure to be able to break its seals when it does its charged up super attacks? That's it. That is the whole entire thing. So there will not be anything else. They will continue to push for you to buy outfits. Oh, and I'll show you how you unlock the outfits, because the outfit unlocks... I'm just going to skip this. We all know what this is. The outfit... Here's the other thing, okay? So I mentioned earlier that the samurai outfit is already in the game, right? The samurai outfit is not just its own purchase, right? So like, here's the Murasame armor. It is not a give us $5 and you can put Cloud into the samurai armor. Instead, what you have to do is you have to gamble. You have to draw on this specific draw. So like, we have the special draws, we have the samurai armor draw, we have the first soldier character draws, and then we have ticket draws. You have to draw on this specific banner, and you have to draw enough times that you mark off the stamps to get to the fucking samurai armor. So like, if we draw 10 times, I'll just burn, like, none of this matters, so I'll just spend the 10 draws. We got one stamp. Count them. One. You need 12. You need 12. So I'm guessing there's a chance that maybe you can get more than one stamp with the way that Chocobo ran past and spun the little stamp board. But you need 12 stamps by whatever method you get the stamps to get the samurai armor. And for context, we're doing a 10 draw here, which costs 3,000 crystals. And I have played enough mobile games for the last 10 fucking years to tell you that 3,000 crystals compared to real life money is probably somewhere in the realm of $30. It is probably around 20 to 30 something dollars to do that 10 draw. Because that's just the reality of how these games work. It sucks ass. But that is how they work. That's how they've always worked. We can't see what the I didn't even get a fucking 5-star out of this either. Just fucking purples. So that means if always a 10 draw only gives you one stamps, you need to do 120 draws, or somewhere in the realm of $350 to $400 to guarantee that you get the samurai armor for Cloud. And that is just the armor for Cloud. That's it. Just that. Nothing else. So, like, even the outfits, they are just aggressively over-monetized. What kills me is I can literally just play Final Fantasy VII on my phone, like the whole game. Yeah. So since the 10 draw gives you one stamp, does the one pull not give you shit? I don't know. We can find out. I still have some crystals left over. Go back. Now, one thing to be said, you can upgrade your weapons. So, like, this 3-star hard edge, I can eventually turn it into a 5-star hard edge if I wanted to. Like, the Buster Sword at the beginning of the game, it gives you a 3-star one. It did not spin the stamp thing at all. It didn't spin it whatsoever just now when I did a single draw. Let me see if I have anything in my inbox, and we'll see if we can get enough to draw again. It's at the home screen. Play them all. Okay, I now have 10,000 crystals. That's enough for 3 more 10 draws, so we'll do another one here. It should spin the little stamp guy again. Let's see if we still only get 1. Oh, we got 2 that time, so it's not always 1. So it isn't always 1. So that's helpful, I guess. I'm skipping this. I don't give a shit. Wow! That's really insane luck. Fucking 3 5-star pulls in one 10 pull. Considering the last one we didn't get a single 5-star pull, that's fucking really insane luck. So is the point of this game to donate money to Square because you really like Final Fantasy VII? Yes. Yeah, no, that is exactly the purpose of this game. You are absolutely correct.
Oh shit! It's this 5-star weapon for Zach! Oh shit! Wow! It's the Zweihander! Yeah! Oh shit! It's a 5-star weapon for Cloud! Which one is it? Holy shit!
Oh, it's just the samurai sword. It's just the banner weapon. It doesn't give you the outfit though. You have to unlock the outfit. Gun.
It's another 5-star for Zach. Oh my god! It's the Cutlass! Yeah!
Anyway. Anywho, you get the idea. So it is aggressive mobile mechanics. Here, I'll do this. Why not? Because it's guaranteed to give us at least one of the 5-star weapons shown off in there. Skip. We got 2. Skip. That is Tifa's starting weapon from the original game. The most shit tier trash ass weapon from the original game. Oh man. Woo! The model works pretty good, especially even by mobile game standards. Oh man, that was funny though. That said, I would expect you to be able to play through all of the story content without needing to spend much money. Most modern mobile games now, they don't block story progression behind the gacha roll paywalls. You don't normally need to do the big gambas to get that payoff. Not normally. They provided so little content and context in the Ever Crisis early access closed beta, whatever it is they're calling it. I don't know if that's the case. It'll remain to be seen on how much, if anything, is blocked in that regard or that capacity. So this doesn't look like something I'd get much out of playing once a week. You probably wouldn't. It's a mobile game. They want you to play it multiple hours a day, every day, and give them money every single time you play, if that is possible. Like, that's what they would like. Because mobile games survive on the people that'll dump money into them. There's plenty of people that will enjoy them for free, but they want people to want to dump money in them. We can't see any of the prices in the early access stuff right now. So like if we go back home and we go to shop. So these are just like materials for upgrading weapons. Materials, more materials, or like stamina restores. There isn't a spot to buy crystals. And if I click on these crystals, it doesn't take me to where I can buy them because you can't spend money in the closed beta early access side of things. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive the monetization is in here. Because it's Square Enix, and their monetization in their other mobile games has been overwhelmingly aggressive. So anyway, yeah, for those that were curious, there's a nice little peek at Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. And we'll disconnect my phone, and then we'll actually get back to what we were doing in Final Fantasy XIV. Except now I really need to go pee, so I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. Hang on. So, there's your overview, summary, peek into Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. It's not as good as I was hoping, but it's about what I expected. Like, if the combat was a little bit more exciting, I would probably be more invested in it personally. But the combat system is just not exciting enough for me. It's flashy for a mobile game, which I think is what they were going for. But in terms of the actual interface on a mobile gaming platform, like Final Fantasy Record Keeper, which was one of their first mobile games, I played that shit for like 3 years and put not a small amount of money into it because the game was fun and looked great and was really enjoyable to play. And I cannot say the same for any mobile game that they've released since. Whether that is Mobius, Brave Exvius, Exvius War of the Lions, Opera Omnia, like they just don't match up to Record Keeper. And I don't expect Ever Crisis to either. It definitely looks better than any of the other mobile games they've ever released. But unfortunately, it's just not very fun to play, which sucks. That made me buy Final Fantasy 16 less than I already did. Final Fantasy 16 is fucking great, but I understand if you don't want to buy it. I hope you don't mind my joining. Seeing as we're seizing advanced weaponry, I thought it best to be on hand. Ah, there she is. This is the place. But where's the enemy?
Sir, over there!
Send in the Reaper. Let us make an example of these insurgents.
Hand it over. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to give me that Reaper there, okay? Hi, you're all that's left. I killed everyone else. Come here. Come here. Sorry if that hurt your excitement there, Cheshire. Gotcha games always do stuff like that. You're absolutely right, Captain Coolio, and that's why, like, I'm not surprised at it in the slightest. And, like, for somebody that has played a lot of mobile games, I'm fine accepting those, like, caveats. Like, they fucking suck, and I wish they weren't in the game. But if the game is enjoyable enough, I will still just fucking choke it down and go play through them anyway, right? But I don't expect that to be the case with Ever Crisis. At least Honkai Impact, I can just straight up buy an outfit. Yeah, actually, like, if you want to just buy the outfit, you fucking can. Like, it feels even more scummy than some of the other mobile game practices. I didn't take a look at what the drop rates were for the game. I wonder if I can do that on my phone real quick. I'm not gonna pull it back up, but there was a law that was passed that required for them to post drop rates. Draw details. It is here. Okay. Okay, so the stamp odds are in here. So for the stamps, you get a stamp every 10 draws. The odds on the stamps are 50% chance to get 1 stamp, 40% chance to get 2 stamps, 9% chance to get 3 stamps, and a 1% chance to get 12. So there is a chance that there is a 1% chance that you do a 10 draw and just immediately fill out the entire board. So their rarity odds aren't actually too terrible. On each individual draw, there's a 70% chance for a 3-star weapon, a 22.5% chance for a 4-star weapon, and a 7.5% chance for a 5-star weapon. I don't know if those will be the same draw rates on release, but for a mobile game, that's actually pretty damn good drop rates. For comparison, MiHoYo's games, Honkai 3rd Impact, Genshin Impact, and Honkai Star Rail, they have like a 0.7% chance to draw a 5-star. So, Biggs, Wedge, what's your honest assessment? Well, there's the fact that she's smoking, of course, but looking past that, I'd say she was structurally sound. I don't like the way these legs are buckled. I hate to say this, but the servo mechanism may be damaged. But aren't those things protected by elm-thick armor plate? They are, yes. It's odd. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. Well, whatever it is we're dealing with, we're not resting till it's fixed. Not 1 week of sleep. You got that, Wedge? Chocobo, Chocobo. I heard that. As someone who doesn't play gacha games or even know much about them, I'm pissed because I thought this was going to be a Final Fantasy VII remake for people who don't like the other one. I was hoping, like, I knew that with it being a mobile game first, that it would probably have some shitty mobile game mechanics in it. And I can't say that I wasn't hoping for something similar, real. But it, like, my biggest complaint is that the combat just isn't very fun. Whereas, like, I've been playing the ever-living shit out of Honkai Star Rail because the game is fun. A hall has been set aside for us to use in Revenant's Toll. That's where we'll carry out the repairs. Look for us there, Yomi. Wait, what? Are you gonna drive it home even though you said it was broken? It's not broken enough that you can't drive it, huh? Okay. It's limping. I fucking love that the Magitech limped its way home. Here, I got my own. Star Rail is indeed a vibe. Star Rail is a huge vibe. Like, I've been enjoying the Everland shit out of Star Rail. But I've also played enough mobile games that I don't as easily fall into the predatory practices of the gambling systems. Like, definitely used to get grabbed by them in an unhealthy way. Have learned a lot of my lessons since then. Which is funny now because now I have more expendable income than I did when I was like playing Record Keeper or Danmachi Memoria Freze. But yeah, got over that one. The Magitech armor. Sid and the others took it inside. Go on in and join them. Oh yeah, sure. Sampo as Husbo. Sampo's such a big dork. A conniving dork, though. We've now had the time to take a closer look at the Reaper. Our preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. You needn't worry, though. Biggs and Wedge will see her restored to her former glory in no time at all. Give those two something to mend, they will think of naught else till the job's done. 'Tis a marvelous thing to behold, provided you remind them to visit Privy. Perfect Tumblr sexy man material. Yeah, I need to invest some more of my resources into Sampo, but I'll end up getting some extra copies of Sampo when Kafka releases. Because I've been saving up a lot of my stuff waiting for Kafka to release. Got all sorts of good characters in Memoria Freze, then lost my account after like 5 years. So I was like, huh. I still think about how much time I wasted since I lost it. Yeah, that's one of the things that sucks about mobile games, right? Is that like they eat up a bunch of time, and if you let them a lot of money, and you get very little after you're done. Like you thankfully with Star Rail and Genshin Impact, like they actually, and Third Impact, they have some pretty significant production value with like voice acting and characters and stories that actually are like meant to be stories and stuff. So like after you quit playing a MiHoYo game, you should at least still have the memory of like the experience itself. But when you get done with like Memoria Freze or freaking, you know, or Opera Omnia, you're not gonna have that. You just got a whole lot of lost time and lost money. The repairs are proceeding apace. It shouldn't be long now before Biggs and Wedge complete their work. There is, however, one small problem. As you may recall, the Machina's servo mechanism was discovered to be faulty. Wedge had subsequently ascertained that the Magitech core which drives it is worn beyond use. Such cores are rather fragile devices which must be replaced at regular intervals. Thanks to the negligence of our Imperial colleagues, however, the one used in this Reaper was long overdue. Alas, we do not have access to a ready replacement here in Mordona. But all is not lost. Wedge thinks he may have identified an alternate solution. Go and see him, would you? He'll explain the details to you.
As I believe the chief has already informed you, the Magitech core is beyond use. We need to find a replacement. I thought about having you appropriate more Reapers, but even if the Dunderhead maintenance engineers of Castrum Sentry had remembered to replace their cores, we would risk arousing Imperial suspicion. But do not despair, for I believe there is a solution: to substitute the Magitech core with a Mammoth Heart. In case you don't know, a Mammoth Heart can be used to grant sentience to an automaton. By my reckoning, such a device should be more than capable of regulating the armor's servo mechanism. We'll just need to make some minor modifications to the housing unit. I've already placed an order for a first-rate Mammoth Heart with the Goldsmith Guild. All that remains is for someone to go to Olda and collect it. Oh, and to pay for it. Did I mention how much they cost? No, well, they typically cost something in the order of, I hope you don't mind footing the bill. It's for a good cause. There's no way we can afford whatever the price is.
Unless they say like 2,000 gil, they're gonna say like 15 million gil or some absurd price. And it's gonna be just like, you don't have a hand. You're like, what favor do you want me to do for you? Because I'm certainly not fucking paying you 15 million gil. Oh. Did it already expend it? No, it didn't. Star Rail does seem a bit step up for the main characters for me, where Genshin, everyone is either super pretty and or looks 10. You're right. You're absolutely right. Star Rail is also, in my opinion, just a much better game than Genshin Impact. Now, that said, you have to like turn-based RPGs for Star Rail, whereas Genshin Impact is literally a Breath of the Wild clone. Forgot that I can use this fucking giant crystal for the Aethernet again. And, like, I do like turn-based RPGs significantly more than I like Breath of the Wild gameplay. But they also learned a whole lot of lessons from Genshin Impact when they went into making Star Rail, and it shows in a lot of ways. I don't know, 15 mil sounds doable. We can't all be rich, Samir. God! I don't know how broke I am, but I'm guessing I'm fairly broke at a cool 343k, 150k of which was a gift from Cheshire.
Hello there. Come to collect a Mammoth Heart, you say? Well, then you must be here on behalf of Garland Ironworks. I've taken the liberty of picking the finest example we have, a heart fit for a prince among mammoths. Payment? Oh, that won't be necessary. The heart is for Master Alphino's personal use, after all. He notified us a short while ago that his servant would be coming to collect it. Tender in years though he may be, Master Alphino has been a benefactor of ours since my predecessor's time. The Goldsmiths Guild wouldn't dream of charging him. But here's the Mammoth Heart. May it serve you well. Oh, and please do pass on my compliments to your master.
Thanks, Alphino, I guess. Jesus. I guess we are lucky to know you. Honkai Impact 3rd actually hit me in the feels with part 1 of the story ended. I already watched the Danmachi anime, so that game didn't make me feel much. No, and even the Danmachi anime falls apart, like, after its first season. Like, its first season is fucking excellent, and then the second season, you're like... no. No. This conversation makes me surprised NFTs didn't catch on more. It's because NFTs didn't actually fucking provide anything. Like, even for fucking tool bags like myself that'll actually buy the occasional gacha roll every now and again. Like, one thing to note is, like, with MiHoYo's games, Honkai 3rd Impact, Genshin Impact, and Star Rail, you get a very well-modeled and animated character out of those games. It's not just a JPEG. Like, that's one of the things that feels really bad when you're, like, rolling for JPEGs in, like, Danmachi Memoria Frese or whatever, or even, like, a lot of the Final Fantasy games where you're just getting a weapon and you're not getting, like, a cool new character. MiHoYo's games, you get like a really well animated character that's like voice acted and has like their own unique attacks and animations and stuff. That's also why their drop rates are lower, because they cost more for them to produce. But like some of these games, you're literally rolling on a fucking anime looking JPEG. And with gacha games, that JPEG still does something. Like, it makes your numbers go up and you hit harder with big boom booms in a video game. NFTs do absolutely fucking nothing. Like, and I think that's why they never caught on, because they actually did nothing. And when it came to everyone talking about NFTs being implemented in video games, there was no need to implement NFTs in video games when what they were talking about, how like NFTs could be used for, that was already being done in video games. They're like, yeah, but you could have something that you own and then could sell later. And it's like, have you heard of skins in Counter-Strike? Like, they've been doing it for 20 years already, my guy. There's already been loot boxes in Counter-Strike that you can pull a $15,000 knife out of, and you can sell it, and someone will actually buy this fucking $15,000 green emerald knife so that they can run around in Counter-Strike trying to kill people with this green emerald knife. And then later, if that knife becomes worth more, they can sell it on the fucking Steam market. It already existed without needing to be minted on the blockchain. And that's why like NFTs never needed to take off, because it was like, everything you're talking about we already do without your bullshit crypto crap. Do you have the Mammoth heart? I can't wait to see if it works. Hurrah! Thank you so much. But this is magnificent. It must cost an emperor's ransom. Free of charge, courtesy of Alphino. Coming from an influential family certainly has its advantages. But without further ado, let's give it a try. I've already modified the housing unit, so it should slot right in. There, she's ready. Magitech armor, engage! Or not. She just needs a loving tap, I'll wager. Oh, it worked. We're lucky. Yes, she's alive. Let's take her outside and put her through her paces. Yomi, would you care to do the honors? Yeah, let me pilot that fucking Magitech. Does it play Terra's theme when I drive it? Because the white one that I bought from the store a number of years ago does not. Hop into the pilot seat. We'll begin as soon as you're ready. First, I'd like you to try climbing that tangle of crystals yonder. As far up as you can go, if you please. Oh, and if for some reason you need to dismount, simply come back here and we'll start again. I'm the opposite. I prefer Genshin gameplay, not as fond as turn-based. That's fair. I mean, whatever fits your fancy. Like, it does not matter. Like, freaking Honkai 3rd Impact, Genshin Impact, and Star Rail all play very differently from one another, and whichever one you want to play, I recommend that one, whichever one fits into your preferences. Like, I played Honkai 3rd Impact, like, 6 months or so ago, and I was like, this is pretty fucking good, and I played through the story and then stopped. Like, I was like, all right, cool. I didn't feel the need to spend extra time in that game. I'm enjoying Star Rail a lot right now, though. I had other issues with Genshin Impact beyond just the gameplay, but I didn't find the gameplay super engaging on a personal level. You're, like, comfortably middle class. Nice. 300k is not very much for comfortably middle class. That said, I did think they did better with Star Rail for other parts for sure. And I think a lot of that is because they learned from Genshin Impact. Goldsmith Quest is hilarious. Good to know. I think I have a little bit of Goldsmith on this character. I do. Level 16. Season 2 is weird because essentially Belle got memed on, but in return got Fox Girl. It was more about how much a 13-year-old boy was being sexually assaulted by like 30-year-old women in Season 2 that made me really uncomfortable. Like, really uncomfortable. Which is why, like, after that, I just was like, I can't really be into Danmachi anymore. It was one thing when it was like this, like, you know, very meme-y trope about like the heroic young boy like is slowly assembling a harem of girls that he's not actually interested in because he's too young and naive. Like, that's fine, right? Whatever. There, you know, sure, we got some fan service here and there, but then like season 2, I was like, wow, this got fucking weird. Like, I am now very uncomfortable, and I would not like to watch this anymore. Alchemist is also very good. Okay. I got burned by some games like GYEE. I don't know what that one is. What is GYEE? NFTs do something. They destroy the environment and raise the prices of graphics cards. Fuck, they didn't. I don't know. I turned off mount music because the two I liked the most had terrible music. I'm sorry. I was almost sad when I got my fan room out because I couldn't just have Terrace theme on repeat. I'm supposed to climb up this, right? Yeah. No anomalous movements evident from either leg. Good. Next, jump back down and then sprint north, quick as you can. Like, which direction is north? Leg joints absorbing all impact without incident. Excellent. Please make your way back, Yomi. From what I saw, the newest season, just tons of people that nobody really knew getting murdered brutally. I'm not sure because I did watch like one more season, which was like Belle discovering that there are intelligent monsters in the dungeon and like trying to protect those individuals. I don't know if there's been another season since then, but the story just keeps getting farther off from where its like original foundation was, and I keep on getting less and less interested in it. The torso remains stable during vigorous motion. Excellent. And that concludes our test. Thank you for your cooperation. Here's a summary of my findings. The drivetrain is in sound condition. With some fine-tuning, we can expect a noticeable improvement in performance. As for the servo mechanism, I'm afraid it's not nearly as responsive as it should be, and I'm at a loss to explain why. The mammoth heart is in pristine condition and should be installed correctly. Perhaps its inner workings are simply too different to operate harmoniously with the armor's other mechanisms. Whereas Magitech cores serve only to conduct impulses, mammoth hearts enable automata to process the information collected by their sensors as feelings. Maybe she just doesn't feel like part of the team, in which case we should all do our best to make her feel welcome. Am I about to pet my fucking robot? Because I love this. You need a name. Can I name this thing? Click. Daft as it felt, I gave it my best. I've welcomed myself to a bloody standstill. What were you expecting it to do anyway? Bob us a curtsy? No doubt you're still wondering why the servo mechanism is so important as to warrant this stillness, this silliness. Without it, the pilot would be required to control the armor's every movement manually. This would be an onerous task at the best of times and wholly impractical during battle. Using a mammoth heart in place of the worn Magitech core seemed a promising solution. Alas, the device does not appear to be compatible with Garlean technology. Wedge, are there no other ways we might demonstrate our appreciation to our friend here? I'm on my wit's end, Chief. She just doesn't seem convinced. We could try a little dance, perhaps, or cheer our heads off. She can hear you. She knows you're just trying to appease her, so she'll do what you want. Not necessarily because, like, you're, genuine. You gotta be genuine. Imperials, they're coming for the armor. Damn it. They have us cornered. There's the Reaper. Hi.
Taken by the traitor Garland. Is that the Icon Slayer? Oh, bollocks. Call for reinforcements. The hells you will!
We've located the stolen Reaper, requesting immediate assistance. Respond, respond. It's no use, sir. There's some sort of interference.
Curse you, Garland. No matter. If we can't reclaim it, destroy it.
The fuck is that?
Bloody hells.
Yomi, protect the armor at all costs.
Alright.
Oi! Where the fuck are you going? Get your sorry ass back here. Now all of you turn away from my fucking suit of armor. The fuck? Oh, I clicked off of the... Good night. Thanks. Oh, are you gonna clap too? Hi. Chief, look. She moved. Ah, now she deigns to grace us with her presence. Took us a good while, but we're finally ready. It's time to infiltrate Castrum Sentry and rescue our comrades. Fuck you spray painting over there. Oh, I just realized that the whole screen got moved. I apologize. There, the finishing touch. I thought that was locked. Why was that able to move? There we go. Did you just spray paint flames on the fucking side, Wedge? Oh my god. Season 4 has 2 parts. I never watched it though, only watched the season 3. All I know is that there's just too much anime to watch in general. The amount of anime that releases every season, Captain Coolio, you literally do not have enough time to be able to watch all of the anime that comes out. Just the same way you don't have enough time to play all the games that come out. So you have to choose what you're gonna watch. Mammoths are basically artificially sentient construct. Have I ran into one yet? It's the first time I recall them mentioning mammoths. You're starting to get a reputation. Yeah, the Icon Slayer. I don't know how they recognize me, though. That's a question that I would have. Like, how do you know who I am? Because I'm pretty sure that, like, basically every person outside of frickin' La Brea and the couple of, like, evil leaders have just gotten murdered by me in one aspect or another. You did, but as Goldsmith? I don't know if I did in, like, the 2 Goldsmith quests that I've done at this point. That makes it faster. It's science. What is this, Warhammer 40K? That is how it works in 40K. I mean, you're the only aura in Realm Reborn. Okay, you know, yeah, you're, okay. I can't argue with that. They're like, I don't know, it's some chick with horns on her face and she's got pink hair. There's not that many of those, okay? The servo mechanism is now fully functional, and all it took was a simple fight to the death. Remind me not to install a mammoth heart aboard the Enterprise, would you? Much as I love her, I'd rather not be required to profess it before boarding. But enough of that, let's see to our final preparations. Thanks to Big and Wedge, the Reaper is as good as new. We're as prepared as we're like to get. How goes your preparations, Yomi? We leave as soon as you're ready. Glumment, you came.
I thought I'd give you all a roaring send-off. This is the least I can do for the fine men and women who are about to make my lifelong wish come true.
We'll do our best. It occurs to me, for all the help you've afforded us, we know little and less about you. What did the Empire do to earn your ire? But I fear I've put curiosity before consideration. I quite understand if you'd rather not relive those memories.
No, I don't mind, really. Truth be told, part of me was itching to tell my tale. Mind you, 'tis hardly a novel. I ain't the first to suffer at Imperial hands. Like most folk, I used to have a mother. She was a sweet, caring woman with a smile never far from her face. There was a sister, too. Pretty little thing, she was. Gentle as a lamb, but tough as nails. We were poor folk living simple lives, but we knew happiness just the same. And then the Imperial came and took it all away. When Alamigo fell, they put my family in a camp. Being a lad, I was made to do hard labor, while my mother and sister were forced to do far worse. They hid their suffering from me as best they could, but I knew, and the thought of it drove me mad. We had to escape, so I hatched a plan to get us out of the city. We were picking our way around a gorge not far outside the walls when they caught up with us. And rather than allow themselves to be taken again, my mother and sister leaped off the edge before my eyes. Heartbroken as I was, I didn't put up a fight when the Imperials clapped me in chains and dragged me back. It was some years after that I escaped again, and that time I got away. I swore then that I'd get revenge on the Empire and become an adventurer so as to hone my skills and earn the coin I needed. But nigh on 2 decades since have gone by, and what have I achieved? Bugger all, that's what. Not like you lot. You ain't been here 10 minutes and you've done more than I managed in 10 bloody years. You gave us too much credit, Glumment. We seek only to rescue our friends. Well, what's more important than that? In any road, after you've got your friends back, you're planning on going after the Empire, and don't pretend you ain't. I've helped a few folk take on the Imperials over the years, and every time I have, it's helped stave off my appetite for revenge. But something tells me that won't be going hungry for a while after what with everything you've got planned.
And you are sure that will satisfy you? If you wish to strike back at the Empire with your own hand, you only need to say the word. We'd be glad to have you with us.
Tempting though your offer is, I'm afeard I must decline. Swore I'd get revenge on the Empire, 'tis true, but I've long since realized that the front lines are no place for a man like me. Aye, there's some as would call me craven, but I prefer to think of myself as a realist. Me talents to lie in scheming, you see, not swordplay. Helping folk like you is how I can make the most difference. But that's quite enough storytelling for one day. Best not keep your friends waiting any longer. I'll be praying for your success and safety. May Rhalgr give you strength.
Wherever the Empire goes, misery invariably follows in its wake. For the sake of all who call Eorzea home, we must put an end to Gaius' ambitions. But first, we have friends to rescue. Biggs, Wedge, and I will lie in wait. It will lie in wait east of Castrum Sentry, just outside the Stronghold's patrol perimeter. Join us when you're ready. Oh, and don't forget to wear your disguise, or this will be the shortest rescue mission in history. Al Amigo sounds like an overpriced Americanized Mexican restaurant. I'm gonna go get a burrito. Me and Athena, for the first time some handful of months ago, we ate at, what is it called? On the Border, I think is the name of the restaurant. I'm pretty sure it's called On the Border. That is the most overpriced, underwhelming Mexican food or Hispanic food or whatever it is they're trying to pass off their shit as I have ever had in my entire fucking life. Now, mind you, my wife is Puerto Rican. She was born in Puerto Rico, okay? And she makes some fucking amazing Puerto Rican food. It's awesome. Fucking love it, all right? Great. And one of my favorite things that she makes is empanadillas. And I fucking love empanadillas. They're incredible. They're great. If you haven't had an empanadilla, I hope you go get one. Now, a lot of other places will call them empanadas, and empanadillas are slightly different things, although they are somewhat similar, okay? On the Border sells empanadas. Those were the saddest, most empty, fucking little shits I have ever eaten in my entire life. Like, if I didn't even know better, I would still be disappointed. Like, that can't be good. The name alone should have told you. You're right. I'm not going to argue with that statement. How the fuck do I put on my disguise? I don't fucking see it in here. Is it in my inventory somewhere? Yes. You're right. You're absolutely right. Oh, hang on. Let me save this as a new item set. I had some people tell me that the food there was good, but I should have known who I was talking to, because the people that told me the food was good, they were just some fucking, like, really generic-ass white people. And they're like, yeah, food there was really good. It's a little bit on the more expensive end, but it was worth it because the food was great. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. Great. Don't get Mexican food at places where the name is in English. That? Oh, that is like the best freaking rule I have ever heard, Real. That is such a good way to measure that. I love it. I'll tell Athena later. That's a fantastic like phrase or mantra or motto or whatever it is you want to call it. That is excellent. Do recommend. Okay. Forgive me for saying so, but you look rather fine in Imperial black and crimson. Definitely your colors. Ah, but now's not the time for jests. I just look like I need to, like, go to church. Let's review the infiltration plan. Castrum Sentry lies just beyond. Short while ago, an Imperial patrol left to do its rounds. Alphino and I will create a diversion out here and keep them occupied for as long as we are able. Meanwhile, the three of you will enter the stronghold, posing as the patrol returning from duty. Should Alphino and I prove less distracting than hoped, I will contact you via Link Pearl. Be ready to beat a hasty retreat. Wedge will lead the way in the Reaper. Stay close to him. And I hardly need to tell you this, but don't do anything suspicious. Oh, and lest you wonder, Ida and Y'shtola left shortly before you arrived. We had planned that they should linger in the vicinity to cover our retreat in the event that Alphino and I attracted too much attention. But the approach of an Imperial vehicle forced us to improvise. Don't be too disappointed. They did at least leave a message for you. Something along the lines of, don't do anything reckless, if memory serves. Wise words. Alright, the Imperial Patrol should be returning any moment now. You'd best be off. Good luck, Yomi. May the 12 keep you. I can't believe no one recognized me. I guess I do technically have a helmet on right now. Bitch.
You have spirit. That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all, yourself. This echo of yours intrigues us. We desire only to understand it, and for that we need your help. You
Fuck
wish
off.
to be rid of the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning.
God damn.
Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it. Which will it be? As you wish, my dear Minfilia.
She barely had a chance to respond.
Unpleasant though it will be for all concerned, you leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind as to deliver the prisoners to Castrum Meridianum.
Yes, milady.
Never eaten it on the border, but at least the chips taste better than most you can buy at the store, because sometimes my mom bought those tortilla chips from the store. Yeah, it was always kind of all over the place. One of the places that I go to for lunch, it is not a Mexican restaurant, but they normally have chips as like one of their only side options. Like you like get a panini press and then they give you chips or baby carrots on the side, and both of their sides fucking suck. Like suck terribly bad, because the baby carrots are like the most wet, trash tasting fucking carrots you've ever had, and the chips, imagine the shittiest Lay's, like Ruffles or Wavy Lay's chips you can possibly imagine, and then make them worse than that, and they come in like a Costco-sized generic restaurant bag. They are fucking terrible. They are atrociously bad. And then they're like, do you want chips or carrots? And I'm like, I want to shoot myself, because those are the options you gave me. Like, fucking give me fucking some French fries. Give me tortilla chips instead of these ass potato chips. Something. Your chips and your carrots suck. Do you guys have Santita's chips in Alaska? I don't know. Hang on. Which ones are those? I have to see what they look like. Santita's chips. What does the bag look like? Yes, we have Santita's. We absolutely have. Greetings, comrade. Forgive me for asking, but you haven't visited the storage tower recently, have you? I only ask because I dropped something in there and... Oh, who am I fooling? I've fallen for one of the prisoners, all right? I dare say you know the one I mean. The svelte blonde? Goodness, no. It's the Lalafellan lass I'm smitten with. She's so adorable it hurts. I want to sweep her up into my arms and squeeze her till my arms ache. What do you reckon it would take to convince the Centurion to lend me the keys so I can see her? Bro is in love with Tataru? Okay. That's a fine salute. Part of the maintenance crew from Austin's, are you? Welcome to Castrum Sentry, Engineer. What? Prisoners? Ah, you've heard the rumors then. Yes, they're being held in the storage tower, but I strongly suggest you pay them no mind. You were summoned here to work, not to gawp at Eorzea's defeated heroes. Now show a bit of enthusiasm or I'll have you reported. To be fair, Tataru is fantastic. You're not wrong. I didn't know the name either. They're the $2 tortilla chips for me. I think they're $2.50 here because everything's slightly more expensive in Alaska, but they're pretty good actually for being the cheap bag. Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice you there. So engrossed was I in my task. You'd be engrossed too had the Tribunus commanded you to arrange for the prisoners to be transported. What prisoners do I speak of? You mean you haven't heard? Only the infamous scions of the Seventh Dawn, captured by the Tribunus herself. you don't believe me, have a look at the storage tower next you pass that way. Don't mind if I do.
Eh.
Oh, my back.
What's this? You need access to the storage tower. What business have you there? At the Tribunus's behest, you say? This is highly irregular, but it would not do to make thy lady wroth. Take my identification key. See that it is returned when your errand is concluded.
Security here is trash. Oh my god. Trash. Security's tight, just as we No, it's fucking not, Biggs. This dude just handed me his security key on a whim. We're going to need a special key if we are to get past this bulkhead. Here you go. This dude's fucking motorcycle key. Got it. It's over here. So, you know one thing that I would kind of like in this game that, as far as I'm aware, isn't in here? One thing that I would kind of like to exist in Final Fantasy XIV is just treasure chests. Just world spawn treasure chests. Because, like, I'm playing a Final Fantasy game, right? And my brain thinks, like, you know, there's probably a chest hidden around here because that's just a Final Fantasy thing, right? And I'm like, you know, I bet, like, over here, hidden in the corner, there should be, like, a treasure chest between these two pipes, right? And there's not. And I would like for there to be. And they can either do, like, the MiHoYo route about, like, there is a limited number of treasure chests and once you've got them all, they don't respawn. Or they can do it where it's like they just randomly appear, and if you stumble across one, you stumble across one. Congratulations, you know, like, I'd be fine either way. But I kind of wish that there was treasure chests. They do, sorta. They spawn during certain types of levs, and you can use treasure maps to find treasures and portals to roulette-style dungeons. Ah, okay. Well, that's still very conditional. I would like them to just be, like, general spawns. I don't know what you'd put in them. I don't know, but I would like them to put something in them. No! Nymphilia and the rest. Thank goodness they're safe. Safe is a relative term, buddy. They ain't safe yet. I'm the one you want. Leave the others be. If you harm my friends, I swear I shall take my own life, and you shall answer to your How, Nymphilia? Fucking how? You know what, actually, maybe I don't want you to answer that question, okay? Maybe I don't want you to answer that question. Oh. Hi. Tataru, we must do something. Everyone loves Tataru. Nobody was concerned until Wedge spied Tataru. We risk letting the entire castrum know we're here. Aye, you're right. We may not get a better chance. As the fucking warrior of light is just like, yeah, it's fine. We can fight our way out. I beat Ifrit, I beat Titan, I beat Garuda. I can beat some fucking trash Imperials, man. Third Squadron, report. A Reaper. Seized when? And this came to light only now?
The culprits will left a trail. Take as many men as you need and scour the area. I want that Reaper found.
Now's our chance.
That face was so good! That was one of the best faces I've seen in this game yet. What the? Strike my last. Eliminate the intruders.
That was so fucking funny. Oh my god. Oh shit. Do I just do this like right now? Oh, fine. Portals to roulette dungeons. So what is a roulette dungeon? And what is the relevance of there being portals that take you to roulette dungeons? I can't move. We gotta get you to Hildebrand quests? What are Hildebrand quests? Is that a person or a place or... It's the best part of this game outside of Lord of Vermilion. Do I like this game? That's really dependent on if you like MMOs. Like Final Fantasy or not, it still requires you to enjoy MMO gameplay style to enjoy this game, to like this game. Yomi, I was so scared.
It was foolish of you to come here. You might have been killed. But thank you. Shudder to think what might have happened had you not arrived when you did.
I say, did you not see Thancred anywhere? I'm beginning to fear for the fellow.
To linger here shall yield us no answer. Let us away ere the window to our liberty closes shut.
What did you say? Escaped? Then recapture them! Fail and I shall have your head! And what have we here?
The Tribunus herself, just as you said. You have the eye of an Ariman, Ida.
Well, she's kind of hard to miss in that showy armor of hers. Accursed scions! How did you slip past our defenses?
With unexpected ease, if truth be told. There chanced to be a commotion outside the castrum walls, which allowed us to avail ourselves of your comforts of your vehicle. Ishtola's just being polite. That was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever stowed away in. It's no wonder it's called the Phantom Train. No passenger would be seen dead on it.
You have scuttled in amidst the freight like the vermin you are. I shall be sure to have words with our rat catcher. Such negligence is unforgivable.
This is far from your most pressing concern. First, you must answer for your own wrongdoing, Livia Sass Junius.
I got a stick! I know that it's a caster weapon, but it's so hard to take seriously when it literally just looks like a twig with some leaves that they pulled off the ground.
'Twas you who led the raid on the Waking Sands. You who butchered unarmed men and women for the crime of being unworthy of capture. You killed our friends. We shall never forgive you. Nor shall we suffer you to plague Eorzea a day longer, but take you to your guard.
Can I come help?
More intruders! Protect the Tribunus!
Confound it. Ida, with me.
was cool. After them.
Where is His Excellency?
In the hangar, my lady, in discussion with our guest.
Alert him at once.
Yes, my lady.
No, 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 no!
Well, if you weren't such a try-hard bitch. There they are. Fan out and surround them. What, us? There's 4 of you.
Must protect Tataru. Biggs, I'm going in. See everyone to safety.
Everyone loves Tataru. No, Wedge, don't do it. Wedge! Oh no, Yomi, hold them off. I'll look after Minfili and Tataru. Seems like the cutest MMO in lit battles and thick story. I recognize how you typed that, and I'm sad that I had to read it and read it out loud, but you're right. It is very Final Fantasy, like very Final Fantasy. Okay, my frickin' thing is on. Oh, I need to find something that's generating this thing's shield. Is it this guy? Come with me. Uh-huh. Got it. Oh, it's dead. I was like, why can't I hit it with the ability? Because this dude's still alive. So you get maps and bottles, which you can then use to locate certain places with a chest. Opening it will spawn 1 or 2 waves of enemies, then either give you a reward or a roulette trial portal. If you get the portal, you'll enter a specialized trial where there is room for a literal roulette with different enemy tiers, or a chance of being booted out completely. Oh. Is there another shield generator? Yes. You can get really high quality material and a lot of gil from these. Is there a limit to how many of these that you can do? Or is it just something that you could like really devote time and energy into grinding away at if you so wanted to? God damn it, another one of these bitches is invulnerable. Here, you come with me. Give them a break for a second. We're gonna go find this other shield generator. Yeah, keep coming. You're fine. Where is it? I don't think it's out there. Is it back here? Yeah, that's fine. Keep coming with me. Come along. What the fuck is this other shield generator? Because this guy's still invulnerable, right? Yeah. Maybe it is farther out there? I just feel like if I go down there, I can't get back up. Like, I don't see a way to climb up here. Oh, there's an invisible wall anyway. Like, it actually won't let me go down there anyway. Hi! Yeah, you're still invulnerable. That's great. I'm so happy for that. Oh, I see it there. Yeah, that's fine. It's like not an Iron Giant. It wants you to think of one, but it is not one. We're the unknown foe, but he's not invulnerable like the other assholes were. Why do I need to care about this guy at all? See? He was way easier than the dudes I had to track down the shields for. Have pre-recorded cam footage, your mouth shut. Thanks, Last Priest. Time to go. Oh, that. You should have just went through those two guys. I'm just saying. There was only two of them.
Kill the rest.
Oh, damn.
What?
Well, that was cool. That was cool as shit.
The Astola! Pray, forgive us our delay.
Ida, you're cool as shit. Why don't I get to see you do more stuff?
Ida!
What took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see you too. The reunion must wait. Right. First things first.
Yes, let's get back to being heavily outnumbered.
Oh, no! You get back there and you get that.
Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell.
Yeah, go get it back.
Me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
I'll go do better. How dare you? Yeah, get back over here, baby girl.
But there's no one in there. This is Sid. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I need you to count to 5, then jump. Understood?
Did you all hear that?
1, 2,
3.
Also, we're not outnumbered anymore. There's like 10 of us, and there was like 6 of them. No, baby girl! Also, I don't know how he caught us. Also, that was way longer than 5. Baby girls, we gotta save her, baby girl! You left her there! You abandoned her!
I know
not which is more pitiful, the charlatans who rule Eorzea, or the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas. I see that which they cannot. This realm founders for want of a ruler with true power. The power to cast down icons. If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
We gotta go back. There is no way you dodged that. You were just flying straight.
Hell?
Oh, look, it's Ultima Weapon.
Oh no. It's here.
12 preserve us. They
Oh, it
finished
actually is Ultima Weapon. Okay.
Ultima Weapon.
I'd been calling it Ultima Weapon because it just looks like Ultima Weapon from Final Fantasy VII.
So it has a name.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagons used it to crush primal and foe alike, and now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Damn you, Gaius!
Look! There! Beside the Black Wolf! An Ascian! An overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
La Habrea! It could only be him.
What the fuck?
Thancred! He was La Habrea? No. No, this cannot be.
Bro's brainwashed, or it's his twin brother. I will accept either of those.
Hang on!
I don't believe it's Thancred,
No!
because he was like way too remorseful of his own failings. So it's either like La Habrea like took over Thancred's mind, or La Habrea and Thancred are twin brothers, or Thancred is like freaking mind controlled or brainwashed or some shit.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected.
Why would you? We're gonna run this battle, and I need to go to the bathroom. Something fierce. I will be right back. We'll find out what the party has to say about it in just a moment. Oh my god. Okay. The Hildebrand quests drop once per patch and are straight-up comedy-themed campaigns in the form of an investigative drama. They're basically excuses for the animators to test out new facial animations to hilarious effect. Okay, and that's why when I reacted to the one dude's face, you said we need to do the Hildebrand quests. Where was Biggs and Wedge for Final Fantasy 16? They were named freaking Wade and Tyler. Like... why? I don't know. Al Pastor Burrito acquired from a place called Capinch's Tacos. That's a name you can trust. Yeah, I agree. I think you can keep one map in your inventory at a time. There are ways around it. Basically, people get together and do them in large groups with whatever loot rules they agree upon. I think if you keep one in your saddlebag and one per retainer, you can keep a lot more. You can also stash them in letters. The only... oh, so with the roulettes, you get maps and bottles which can locate a chest and they can give you a reward or a roulette trial portal. Where do you get the maps and bottles from then, I guess is the next question, Cheshire. Because, like, if the maps and bottles give you the treasure map to get the treasure chest, which can either have a reward or the trial thing in them, where do you get the bottles from? So, I'm just gonna... Well, let me look at the map real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that this is gonna end up being last. Just as a guess. Also based on, like, what we're doing right now, game-wise. I think we're approaching a good spot to be last. The only enemy in Minfilia says take care of, and it dies in 30 seconds. Yeah, it didn't have an invulnerability shield on it. That's an important distinction. You were happy when this happened, real damn. About maps, it's 1 per identical map, so I could have a level 50 and 90 in my inventory with no issue. Botanist and miner can harvest one every 18 hours. Okay. But you want to do them with as big of a group as possible because of the harder enemies or the potential for hard enemies? If you get the portal, you'll enter a specialized trial where the room is a literal roulette with different enemies, tiers, or a chance of being booted out completely. How many people can you do it with?
And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Ascians. How could I have been so blind?
Hey.
Small wonder the enemy knew our every move and where to find us. Confound it all.
The Enterprise doesn't deserve that.
No, this is not the time for self-doubt. The Alliance leaders staked their hopes on the Scions, but now they believe us all dead or missing. When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do. We must go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
Where the fuck's your sister been this whole time, my guy?
Cryle, this is Minfilia.
The situation may have taken an ill turn.
Forgive me if I seem brusque. The item I requested.
But the battle is far from over. And so long as we stand together,
I'm sorry
there shall ever be hope of victory.
Urgently. How soon can it be delivered? I am in your debt.
The people of Eorzea falter for want of such hope. Let us provide it. Let us bear to them the tidings that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are returned.
Damn, Alphinaud's busy trying to have like this heroic speech, and fucking Minfilia was like, yeah, that's fucking cool, Alphinaud. Hey, so I'm not dead or captured anymore. I had put in an order for some burritos. Are those ready? God, Alphinaud, you're so loud. I get it, you're upset. Anyway, so, yeah. Can I get some chips with those too? Like, bitch just took a phone, like, not even had her phone ring. She called somebody else in the middle of that. He's all having a moment and talking about how we gotta contact the leaders and let them know that the Scions haven't fully fallen and we will do everything we can to stop him. Yeah, is that item that I asked for ready yet? Yeah, can you just have that sent over via Chocobo? Because, like, I think I'm gonna need it. And, like, I'm sure whatever the fuck she's talking about is going to help with this whole scenario. But she just straight up was just like, yeah, that's cool. All right, so anyway. You know that bomb that I ordered? like she does not give a shit what Alphinaud is saying at all. She's still on the phone!
Matters are coming to a head. I hope we can count on you.
My regards to Grandfather.
Thank you for joining us.
I am ready. Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
Full party or light party, one of those two. There are individual maps and group maps. The group maps can have 1 to 8 players, and those are the ones with portals. You can get rare crafting ingredients, special minions, items to exchange for mounts, and loads of gil. So they sound really worth doing then. Like, you said a level 50 and a level 91. Do you get level synced down to the level 50 ones? Hells take the Black Wolf and his new toy. Rally all available forces. I want them ready to move upon my word. And relay to Slafsrit. The fuck is that name? Slafferson? And relay to Slafferson the order to sail. That is all. The maelstrom stands ready. What of the flames? Ready as we're like to be. I need only give the word to Royal.
Has there been no word from Ishgard?
None. The dragons have got their tongues.
Silent to the last. I was unwise to hope for better.
What would stir the Archbishop to open his holy mouth if not this? And he claims the fury of his god. 'Tis bad comedy. The Holy See has made its choice. We will proceed without its cooperation. She looks like an onion knight. I believe we are all acquainted with the terms of the Black Wolf's ultimatum. We must agree upon a course of action, not lesser than the fate of Eorzea hangs upon the decision of this council. Van Belsar claims to wield the power to smite primals.
Should we yield to him, he pledges to rid the realm of its false gods. Yet offer resistance, and he swears we shall share the primal's fate.
Pardon me my bluntness, but I like not these choices.
This is too great a decision for any one of our nations to make alone. Choose we surrender or resistance, we must answer as one, for if but one surrenders, the rest shall surely fall. Let us pray for the wisdom to do right by all our peoples.
I still can't believe we left our baby. Take me back, fly me back into their falls. I'll kill them all myself and claim my baby. You. Here, I'll get down to your level. You. You're on my shit list. You are on my shit list. Don't phase in and out because the camera got too close to your fucking head. You. Shit list. Okay? Shit list. Just so you know. You, big man, you're fine. Sid, thanks for saving us. Benfilia, glad you're alright. Alphino, you're still kind of a tool. Tataru, I'm glad you're alright. The fuck are the other ones? Where the fuck is Orange Head and Papalimo and frickin' Ida and Y'shtola? Where'd they go? Was she impressed? I'm not impressed.
Thancred's plight troubles us all, yet we cannot allow anything to come between us and our goal. So long as the ultimate weapon exists, Eorzea will never know peace. Let us go to the Alliance leaders, Yomi, and help them make the right decision.
Which is what exactly? Yay! You're gonna finally give me some new Vesper Bay tickets. This character doesn't have any.
Grim tidings, Yomi. It would seem that word of Ultima Weapon's existence has already reached the Alliant leaders, in the form of an ultimatum. They have gathered in the Fragrant Chamber and are deliberating with their unseen answer even as we speak. Beleaguered as they are, I fear they may well elect to lay down their arms in the belief that surrender will spare their people untold suffering. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. That which the Black Wolf offers will doom Eorzea, not deliver it, and the leaders must be made aware of this. Let us hurry to them, Yomi, and assure that they do not act in ignorance of their consequences.
Let me out. Let me out. She's just mad because Alf is the better party member. I currently like Minfilia more than I like Alphino. Just in like an overall general sense. Like, I don't know how their dynamics change at all. I don't know which one of these I need. This one. I don't know how their dynamics change in the subsequent expansions. But, like, as they are, I like Minfilia a lot more than I like Alphino.
Well, if it isn't Vandashar.
Vandashar!
Hi, friend. Thank you for the 26 months. Give me them Bezos bucks. Big Daddy Bezos handing over his $250. The Council of the Alliance Leaders is presently in progress in the Fragrant Chamber. I must ask that you step away from the doors, madam. I'm sorry. You're here on behalf of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 1,000 pardons, my lady. Of course, you may enter. Savior of Twitch. Gross.
We keep treading the same ground.
Oh, now you have voices.
Van Belsar's demands are clear.
Alas, our minds are not.
I've never been one to shy from a fight, but if this weapon of theirs can do all they claim...
It has been 5 years since the calamity, and our people have scarce begun to rebuild their lives. Can we now, in good conscience, call upon them to risk what little they have left? I would spare them the pain of further conflict. Conflict, I say, though that would imply forces set in opposition. If the combined might of 3 primals could not stay Garlemald's new terror...
Yes, but what about one badass walks in the room?
What meaningful resistance can we offer?
Me.
We who struggle to quell the foes who rise up within our own borders.
No, I solved all of your problems. I'll solve this one too.
Long have we fought the primals, but to what end? We strike them down at no small cost, only for them to rise again and again. Are we to play this profitless game for the rest of days? I, for one, grow tired of it. Mistake me not. I do not propose to trade one tyranny for another. I love liberty. But conciliation need not mean oppression.
By the 12, though neither of you cried surrender, your every word betokened it. Not that I deny there is truth in what you say, nor can I rightly claim that Ul'dah is ready to fight. Refugees flood our gates, and beastmen swarm our land, while the great and the good do nothing. My flames struggle to bear the burden.
One that you no longer have to burden alone. Throws open the door, strolls on in.
I put on a grand show at the Remembrance Service, made all manner of lofty promises. I've made good on not a bloody one.
That's okay, that was like 7 hours ago.
Do not blame yourself, Raban. You said only that which the people needed to hear. All present have done the same. our citizens had become lost to hope. If our words serve to kindle it in them anew, better we speak than remain silent. Our enemy condemns us for failing our people. Yet what does he care for their well-being? While we labored to rebuild their lives, the Black Wolf built instruments of murder with which to end them.
Her Majesty speaks true. For all our failings, the people's well-being has ever been our foremost priority. While none among us ever doubted that the Empire would one day resume its war, we scarcely had means enough to solve the problems of the present.
Aye, which is why we look to others to safeguard our future. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Alas, they are gone. And the Black Wolf is at our door.
Fancy you should mention our name. Throws open the door and strolls on in. There we go.
I fear you are mistaken.
Finally.
Alphinord, Minfilia, and Seven Hells. Master Garland?
Sup? Oh, I'm still in
And
these
you,
stupid clothes.
dear friend.
And
By
you.
Rauka, you're alive. All of you.
As we approached, I would swear I heard talk of surrender. But I know that cannot be. It is not the Eorzean way.
Hear me, my
Boobs.
friend.
Jesus
Accepting
Christ,
the
cameraman.
Guardian's offer to vanquish the primals would be folly.
What the fuck?
Folly, I say. For might is not the answer to the primal threat. Indeed, the more the Empire exerts its strength, the worse matters will become. Primals enter this world when mortals call upon them, and mortals are wont to appeal to a higher power when they are desperate. Nothing is more certain to breed desperation in the beast tribes than the Garleans' proposed solution.
The true answer lies in a lasting peace. But the Garleans only know war and conquest. Should Eorzea fall into their hands, there will be such suffering as none can imagine.
We are not blind to the many challenges that each of your nations face. Yet you must not give in.
Aye. Remember 5 years ago when you wagered all for the sake of the realm? Remember what you fought for, what you were willing to die for. Let the memories rekindle the fire in your heart, for Eorzea has need of it again.
Come what may. We Scions
My
will
immediate
never
thought
give
was,
up the
bitch,
fight.
we stood on a hill and watched everyone die. Like, we stood at the top of a hill and we're like, yes, go, soldiers. Fight for freedom. Nah, fuck, we're losing. Shucks. If only there was something I could do. Good thing I'm up on this hill with a giant barrier surrounding me that protected me from like a flaming catapult shot. Oh, man. Oh, Bahamut's here. Shucks. Did all we could.
And so I bid you stand with us, and together we shall safeguard the future of the realm.
Raubon's like, yeah, I guess I could stand on a hill again and watch.
A great man once said that a shrewd merchant grasps not for the quick profit, but invests in the future. Wise words, eh, Raubon?
Sid, I
married your sister.
Your words stir and shame me in equal measure. How could I contemplate surrender? I know full well that all we have, we owe to the sacrifices of those who went before us. Yet the seeming hopelessness of our plight robbed me of my insight. We Gridanians have no love for war, yet we have still less for those who would threaten our homeland. Ever have we fought to protect those things we hold dear, and this shall never change. Gridania will go to war. We will fight the Empire for the sake of the realm and all who abide here.
The Sultana's face. What the fuck? Why are you laughing? I missed the joke.
At long last, I hear words worthy of a founder of the Alliance. Raubon, are we to be outdone?
I lost one homeland. The thought of losing another had blunted my resolve. But no man knows better than I that if you want aught, you'd best be ready to die for it. With great danger comes the chance for great glory and great profit. We Uldans who have turned sand into gold know this well.
That's alchemy. That's illegal.
How many times have we fallen into the pit of despair, only to have you pluck us out? I've fair lost count.
Reckless, the lot of you, like bloody pirates. Well, I won't waste my breath trying to talk you round, on account of being a pirate myself. And the pirate who shrinks from a challenge is no pirate at all.
Guess you better step down then.
Those who would pick a quarrel with us must choose. Back down or go down with all hands.
Oh, they're gonna be going down all right.
Let the Garleans come.
Wait, what are we talking about?
The united strength of Limsa Lominsa will be waiting for them.
If our realm is to be free
God
of
damn
this
it, Captain
call of
Coolio, that's
darkness,
funny as
let
shit.
it be by our own hands.
For Eorzea!
Just right in the middle of the table, huh?
We must needs consider how the weapon may be brought to bear against us.
The Maelstrom will secure strategic points along the coastline.
In the meantime, the flames will deploy at...
Be at ease, my friends. You have banished our doubts. Pray leave the military matters to us, and retire to the waking sands. We will send word anon.
But my baby! I gotta go get my baby. Bullshit. What about my baby? I need my baby back. My baby. My baby.
Where did those go? Burning down the castle. Nice. Or should I say the meeting room? I mean, oh shit. My reward is at the fucking sands, isn't it? Like, it is. I have to go back before they give me the fucking tickets to be able to teleport there myself. Fuck. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Boko, where are you? Boko, you want to go help me break into an Imperial stronghold to save a robot that I care about more than some of these other party members? Fiero Rocher. Oh my god, that's a good name. It's a good one, real, for sure. Like, real good. I'm here. Don't worry. We already cleaned up all the blood and bodies. They had just been tossed outside, so I tossed them in a wagon. Who the fuck are you? And you? Who are you? And you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are y'all of you? Were you like Scion members that were out on mission at the time or something when everyone else was here and getting brutally fucking murdered? Where the fuck did all you come from? You named your Chocobo Boko too? Mine is B-O-K-O, I believe. Because I thought B-O-C-O was a little too on the nose. Oh! My poor sad little microphone. Come on. My microphone arm is trying very hard to give up. So when I bumped it just now, it was just like, oh. They were all out crafting and farming. Yeah, new recruits. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Where's the other guy? Oriange, or whatever his name is. I didn't see him out there, and he's not in here either. Everyone else is here.
I cannot well express my relief to think that the Alliance came so close to surrender.
But the fire in their hearts has been rekindled, and they will fight to the
All
last.
it took was us opening the door and being like, ugh, it smells like bitch in here. Are you bitches? And they're like, what? No, I'm no bitch, man. Why does it smell like bitch in here? I don't know, because we haven't burnt anything in a while. Fuck this letter. Fuck the Empire. Yeah! That's right. Doesn't smell like bitch anymore. Good job, Alphino. Way to throw open the door and sound like a villain and tell them they're bitches.
I would know something. Was that your power at work earlier?
Which one?
Nothing of the sort. The leaders of Eorzea had lost their way. I merely helped them to find it again. Oh, hello. Yes, our party returned just a moment ago. How close are you? It's all right, Sid.
Why'd you even bother fucking
must
calling
needs
if
plan
you were
our next
outside
move.
the office door
Pray continue
with how
liaising
close
with your
they were?
respective nations. Sid, would you be our man in Ul'dah?
With how close they were. They were already in the building when they called Minfilia just now. They called her and she's like, how close are you? And then they fucking knocked on the door. Like, why bother calling? That's not like the front door to the building, right? You have to walk down a long hall, like walk in a building, down a set of stairs, down a hallway, down another hallway to get to this door. I'm judging some people right now.
I'll be whatever and wherever you need me to be.
We haven't a moment to waste. All right, let's do this.
Thancred's fate weighs heavy on my mind. I cannot bear to think of him in thrall to an Ascian. Mayhap you know this already, but the Ascians are immortal beings without physical form. Since time immemorial, they have fanned the flames of chaos from the shadows. That they might work unseen, the Ascians entrap and possess mortal men by means of malign artifacts known as crystals of darkness.
Yeah, see,
One
he's just
such
under control.
crystal may yet be the key to saving Thancred.
14-year-old boys are good at making
This is a
people
crystal
mad.
of darkness.
Where the fuck did you get that?
A mere replica, created using data obtained from anomalous crystals found across Eorzea.
Oh, your friend made this, or your sister, or
It
mom,
comes to
or
us
dad, or
courtesy of the students of Baldessian, our distant allies. Even for an Archon, Thancred's talents are exceptional. We all had complete confidence in him. It was for this reason that none among us foresaw the danger in sending him to investigate the Ascians alone.
Thancred had been striving to fill the void left by Louisoix. Yet, it was plain that he was overtaxing himself.
Yeah, he would volunteer for everything and work till he was dizzy.
And the toll taken by his exertions made him vulnerable to Ascian influence.
The crystal that binds Thancred must be somewhere on his person. If we could but destroy it, his Ascian possessor would be compelled to relinquish control over him. You have proven the stoutest of allies, standing with us through thick and thin. Yet the most perilous struggle is still to come. For the sake of the realm, and Thancred, I ask that you lend us your strength once more.
The A-team's working well. Thank you, Almage.
From the bottom of my heart. As I am sure you are aware, the realm was saved from certain doom 5 years ago by heroes known as the Warriors of Light.
I saw that video. They didn't save shit.
What you may not be aware of is that your many feats in service to the Scions have prompted folk to make certain comparisons. I must confess, you do remind me of them. Yet remember this, however glorious the past, it is the hero's lot to be judged on the deeds of the present. A new darkness threatens the realm, and the people cry out for a savior. I believe that you are she, a warrior of light, here in the present, guided by the crystal's will.
Technically, that's like just true, right? Like the characters that we play in Final Fantasy XIV are technically the Warriors of Light from before the world got destroyed. Just nobody can remember us, right? And I guess we don't technically remember either. But that's supposed to be the case, right? It's true, yep, okay.
Come, my friends. Let us fight to safeguard the future of our beloved Eorzea.
But we don't technically remember either, is that also correct? Like, everyone remembers the Warriors of Light existing, but none of them remember what they look like. Because they're all like, it's like they're standing in the sun and I can't see them because of the shadow cast on their faces. And in theory, like, we don't remember either. Not super clearly anyway. Did I put on the right armor and stuff? I did, okay. But my baby! Why doesn't this place count as a sanctuary for rested XP? I don't understand. Like, why is there not a little moon here and I'm not getting XP? Like, I feel like the Waking Sands of all places should definitely count as one. There's quests in here all of a sudden? Whatever. Okay. Well, I won't worry about the rested XP right now. But my baby! I need my baby. We have to go back and get her. Oh my god, look at these pulsing hemorrhoids I got in my a-hole. There's fucking 3 of them. This sucks. Okay, so that's where we're stopping today, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, hanging out, seeing the story, letting me rant about Ever Crisis for like 30 minutes, and I'm sorry to those that I ruined your hopes of it for. We will be back on Thursday for more Final Fantasy XIV. Again, still focusing on the main story quest. Our hope is to, between Tuesday and Thursday over the next 3 weeks, roll credits on Final Fantasy XIV. That is the goal, is to, by Thursday, July 27th, a 3 to 4 hour stream on each Tuesday and Thursday, get to the credits of A Realm Reborn. What time Thursday? Subtract about 4.5 hours from whatever time it is for you right now is the time that I will be going live, relatively speaking, right around that time. Tomorrow, my incredible partner in life and my wife, Athena Latina, will be live for Wind Down Wednesday, singing us some lovely songs. So if you would please go give Athena a follow. If you have been here on the Friday streams for Power Couple, that is my my partner Athena. She streams on her own channel on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Otherwise, these are my socials, everybody. I need to actually update this because my Twitter and Discord is there, but I am also now on Threads and Blue Sky, so whatever is your preferred vertically scrolling text-based social media platform, I am on it. And the YouTube channel, there's new videos going up every single day, and then there will also be videos later this week that were not recorded on Sunday because we ran out of time on Sunday. And so, yeah, Cerulean's playing Street Fighter. We're going to go raid Cerulean because Cerulean hangs out here all the time. Cerulean's awesome. We appreciate them a lot. And so the very least I can do is go visit them. So I'm going to get this started, everybody. And this is the raid message. If you're not a subscriber, you can unlock this raid swan for 100 channel points, and it'll be available to you for the next 24 hours, including on the raid. So yeah, you can just hit the little swan coin down below, unlock a sub emote, choose the raid swan, and then copy and paste that message. So, with all that said, everybody, thank you so much. We'll see what happens next time. We need to go rescue our baby. I don't know how that happens, and if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be very upset at this game. Not as upset as I was about the Sylph quest and the Company of Heroes quests, but we need to go rescue our baby. All right, anyone. I appreciate all of you. If I don't see you at Athena's stream tomorrow, then I will see you back here on Thursday for more Final Fantasy XIV. I hope you all have a good night. I hope you're staying safe and staying warm, and take it easy and have fun. Bye, everybody. Bye. Have a good night, Vanishar. Good night, Sarah. Oh, that feels weird, saying just Sarah. Ew. Good night, Fee. That felt wrong. Good night, Cheshire. Good night, Samir. Good night, Owlmage. Good night, Real. I was like, who the fuck is Sarah? God, that was... Good night, everybody.